여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 금일 2022 Gtipa 서울 서밋의 사회를 맡은 아나운서 전수영입니다. 만나 뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 행사를 시작하기 앞서 진행 순서를 간략하게 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 첫 번째 순서로는요, 경제인문사회연구회 정혜구 이사장님의 개회사를 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 산업연구원 주현 원장님, 정보기술혁신재단 스테판 이젤의 환영사와 국민의힘 한무경 국회의원님의 축사를 이어 듣도록 하겠습니다. 이후 새로운 갈림길에선 미국과 한국의 산업혁신정책이라는 주제로 정보기술혁신재단 로버트 애킨슨 회장님과 국가미래연구원 김광도 원장님의 기조연설이 진행될 예정입니다. 이어서 대전환기 주요국 산업혁신정책과 과제라는 주제로 Gtipa 주요국 패널분들의 토론을 이어드리도록 하겠습니다. 자세한 행사 순서는 저희가 나누어 드린 자료집의 프로그램 일정표에서도 확인하실 수 있습니다. 네, 아울러서 오늘 행사의 원활한 진행을 위해 가지고 오신 휴대전화의 전원은 잠시 꺼주시거나 진동으로 변경 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 발표와 패널 종합 토론이 진행될 때에는 이동을 최대한 자제를 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터 새로운 갈림길에 선 산업혁신정책과 글로벌 협력과제라는 주제로 2022 Gtipa 서울 서밋을 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 이번 산업정책 세미나에 참석해 주신 주요 내빈 여러분을 소개해 올리도록 하겠습니다. 귀빈 여러분들께서는 제가 성함을 말씀드리면 잠시 일어나셔서 인사해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 경제인문사회연구회 정혜구 이사장님 참석하셨습니다. 이어서 산업연구원 주현 원장님 참석하셨습니다. 국민의힘 한무경 국회의원님 참석하셨습니다. 네, 그리고 오늘 세미나 발표와 패널 토론에 참여하실 김광두 국가미래연구원 원장님, 그리고 Gtipa 회원국의 멤버분들 함께 참석하셨습니다. 잠시 일어나서 인사해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 이것으로 그럼 간단한 인사 시간을 마치도록 하겠고요. 첫 번째로 경제인문사회연구회 정혜구 이사장님의 개회사를 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 감사하겠습니다.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 한국의 국가정책을 연구하는 경제인문사회연구회 이사장 정혜구입니다. 2022년 Gtipa 서울회담 개최를 축하드리며 서울회담에 참여해 주신 20여 개국 30여 개 싱크탱크 대표 여러분들을 진심으로 환영합니다. Gtipa 글로벌 트레이드 앤드 이노베이션 폴리시 어라이언스는 국제무역의 자유화와 혁신을 위한 세계 경제 번영을 추구하는 싱크탱크 연합으로 6대륙에 걸쳐 26개국의 42개 싱크탱크가 참여하는 글로벌 네트워크 조직입니다. Gtipa는 2017년부터 매년 세계 주요 도시에서 연례 회담을 개최해 왔는데 올해에는 한국의 서울에서 회담을 가지게 되었습니다. 어제부터 내일까지 3일간에 걸쳐 서울에서 개최되는 2022년 Gtipa 서울회담이 바로 그것입니다. 새로운 갈림길에 선 산업혁신정책과 글로벌 협력과제라는 주제로 오늘 진행되는 심포지엄은 2022년 Gtipa 서울회담의 메인 행사입니다. 환영사를 맡아주신 주현 산업연구원장님과 스티븐 이젤 ITIF 부회장님에게 그리고 축사를 맡아주신 국회 산업통상자원 중소벤처기업위원회의 한무경 의원님께도 감사드립니다. 또한 오늘 심포지엄에는 로버트 애킨슨 ITIF 회장님과 김광두 국가미래연구원 원장님께서 기조 발표를 맡아주셨는데 두 분에게도 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 오늘 심포지엄의 주제가 시사하듯 세계 경제 및 무역의 현실과 각국의 산업 및 혁신 정책은 말 그대로 새로운 갈림길 위에 서 있습니다. 코로나19 팬데믹 사태와 이로 인한 세계 경제 위기, 그리고 이로 인해 더욱 가속화된 디지털 전환은 과거와는 매우 다른 세계를 만들어내고 있습니다. 또한 화석연료 기반의 기존 산업화는 기후 위기를 심화시켰는데 이 역시 친환경 에너지 기반의 새로운 산업화를 요구하고 있습니다. 더욱이 세계적 패권을 둘러싼 미국과 중국의 전략 경쟁, 그리고 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁은 세계 평화를 위협할 뿐만 아니라 글로벌 에너지 위기로 이어지고 있습니다. 요컨대 코로나19 위기와 기후위기, 그리고 국제 질서의 급변은 탈냉정과 자유무역주의에 기반을 둔 세계 질서와 공급망을 변화시키면서 과거와는 매우 다른 세계를 만들고 있는 것입니다. 대전환기라 일컬어지는 현상이 바로 그것입니다. 하지만 대전환기의 변화가 어떤 결과로 이어질지는 아직 분명치 않습니다. 그 변화가 이제 불가피한 것으로 보이지만 그럼에도 그것이 가져올 결과가 세계와 우리 인류에게 긍정적일지 아니면 부정적일지는 아직 분명치 않은 것입니다. 어쩌면 그것은 정치 군사적 대결에 경제적 대결까지 더해지는 진영 대결로 귀결될지도 모르겠습니다. 오늘 심포지움에서는 세계와 각국이 직면하고 있는 이러한 현실에 직면하여 이에 대한 각국의 여러 싱크탱크 대표들의 의견을 듣고자 합니다. 그리고 이러한 현실에 대한 각국의 대응책에 대해서도 의견을 교환할 생각입니다. 하지만 변화되고 있는 현실에서도 우리가 잊지 말아야 할 것은 세계와 각국이 상호간 협력을 통해 공동 번영과 평화를 추구해야 한다는 사실입니다. 그것은 결국 우리가 지구촌이라는 공동체의 이웃으로 서로 협력하며 살아가야 할 것이기 때문에 그렇습니다. 그런 점에서 2022년 Gtipa 서울회담의 오늘 심포지움 논의가 보다 나은 미래 세계의 도래에 이바지할 수 있기를 바랍니다. 한국은 짧은 기간 동안 세계 최빈국에서 개발도상국으로, 그리고 근래에는 신흥선진국으로 발전해 왔습니다. 그리하여 이제 한국은 글로벌 중추 국가로서의 자신의 역할과 책임을 다하고자 합니다. 오늘 심포지움이 향후 한국이 바로 그러한 역할을 수행할 수 있는 귀중한 소통과 교류의 장이 되기를 바랍니다. 끝으로 2022년 Gtipa 서울회담 준비에 수고를 아끼지 않으신 산업연구원 관계자 여러분들에게 감사드리며 이번 2022년 Gtipa 서울회담에 직접으로 또는 온라인으로 참여해 주시는 모든 분들의 건강과 안녕을 빕니다. 고맙습니다.
네, 정혜구 이사장님 감사합니다. 자리로 다시 모시겠습니다. 이어서 산업연구원 주현 원장님의 환영사를 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 고맙겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 2022년 Gtipa 서울 회담을 공동으로 주최하고 또 공동으로 주관하고 있는 산업연구원의 원장 주현입니다. 대한민국 수도 서울에서 3일 동안 진행하게 될 2022 Gtipa 서울 회담을 산업연구원이 주관하게 돼서 정말 뜻깊고 기쁘게 생각합니다. 먼저 이번 회담 참석을 위해서 한국을 방문해 주신 20여 개국의 Gtipa 글로벌 싱크탱크 전문가들께 진심으로 환영한다는 말씀을 드립니다. 특히 Gtipa 서울 회담의 주요 행사인 오늘의 새로운 갈림길에 선 산업혁신정책과 글로벌 협력과제라는 컨퍼런스에 참석해 주신 존경하는 한무경 국회의원님, 그리고 정혜구 경제인문사회연구회 이사회 이사장님, 그리고 기조발표를 맡아주실 로버트 애킨스 ITIF 회장님과 김광두 국가미래연구원 원장님께 각별한 감사의 말씀을 드리면서 또 함께해 주신 국내외 참석자분들께도 고맙다는 인사를 드립니다. 최근 글로벌 산업 환경이 급격한 변화 속에서 한국에서는 우리 산업의 미래에 대한 걱정이 늘어만 가고 있고 또 이에 대응하기 위한 산업 정책에 대한 관심 또한 높아지고 있습니다. 한국뿐만 아니라 다른 나라에서도 사정은 마찬가지일 것입니다. 2022년 GTIPA 서울 회담은 이 같은 전 세계적인 걱정과 관심을 반영해서 한국을 비롯한 각국의 산업 혁신 정책의 방향을 논의하는 장이 될 것입니다. 금일 오전 행사는 혁신 전도사라고 불리는 로버트 애킨스 미국 정보기술혁신재단 회장님과 국내 경제정책의 최고의 석학이신 김광두 국가미래연구원장님의 기조 발표가 예정되어 있습니다. 이를 통해서 미국과 한국의 시각에서 산업 및 혁신 정책을 조망할 수 있을 것이라고 생각합니다. 이어서 미국, 캐나다, 멕시코, 독일, 이탈리아, 대만, 인도 등 각국의 전문가가 참여하는 패널 토론이 진행됩니다. 패널 토론을 통해서 새로운 변화에 대응할 산업 혁신 정책을 각국이 고민하고 함께 그 방향을 모색하고 더 나아가서 함께 추진해 나갈 글로벌 협력 과제를 검토하게 될 것입니다. 산업연구원은 2018년 제2회 GTIPA 밀라노 회담 참가를 시작으로 해서 현재 40개가 넘는 글로벌 싱크탱크가 참여하는 GTIPA 회원으로서 다양한 협력과 교류를 이어오고 있습니다. 대표적으로 산업연구원은 2020년에 GTIPA 싱크탱크와 공동으로 코로나19 상황 속에서 20여 개국 방역과 경제 충격에 관한 경제연구 보고서를 발간한 바 있습니다. 또 올해도 산업연구원과 GTIPA 회원국들은 한국과 회원국들 간의 산업혁신 협력 방안에 대한 이슈와 제언을 담은 공동연구를 진행하고 있습니다. 금년도 공동연구의 주요 결과는 오늘 오후 프로그램에서 발표될 예정이니 많은 관심과 성원을 부탁을 드리겠습니다. 앞으로도 산업연구원은 국내외 전문가 교류를 통해서 전 세계 싱크탱크와의 네트워크를 활성화하고 국제적 논의의 장을 계속해서 마련해 나가고자 합니다. 아무쪼록 금일 오전, 오후 행사에 많은 성원과 관심을 다시 한번 부탁드리면서 이번에 자리를 해주신 국내외 귀빈들께 감사하다는 말씀을 다시 한번 드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 주연 원장님 감사합니다. 자리로 오시도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 이어서 정보기술혁신재단의 부회장인 스테판 에잘의 환영사가 있겠습니다. 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Well, thank you and good morning, and welcome to the 6th annual summit of the Global Trade and Innovation Policy Alliance, the GTIPA. I'm Stephen Ezel, the Vice President for Global Innovation Policy at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF. We are a Washington, D.C.-based science, technology, and economic policy think tank, and we serve as the secretariat for the GTIPA. The Alliance represents a global network of now over 50 independent, like-minded think tanks from over 30 countries across 6 continents, ranging from Chile and Brazil to South Africa, Bangladesh, and the Philippines. These think tanks believe that trade, globalization, and innovation, conducted on private enterprise-led, market-based, rules-governed terms, can maximize welfare for the world's citizens. The Alliance exists to collectively amplify members' voices on trade, globalization, and innovation policy issues, especially through our website at www.gtipa.org, as well as our monthly newsletter, where we cross-post Alliance members' flagship reports and upcoming events as a way to socialize our collective work on these policy issues. Another important objective of the Alliance is to build new scholarship around trade, innovation, and globalization policy issues. And so to that end, each year, Alliance members collaboratively author at least one flagship GTIPA report. Our 2019 report, titled National Innovation Policies, What Countries Do Best and How They Can Improve, examined the most effective innovation policies being introduced across 24 GTIPA member nations, as well as these countries' greatest opportunities for innovation policy improvement. In 2020, similar reports examined the most innovative trade policies countries were introducing around the world, as well as why it's imperative that we maintain the WTO e-commerce customs duty moratorium. Also in 2020, Kiet kindly sponsored a report examining the COVID-19 impacts on public health and the economy, which 20 member nations participated in. And this year, our 2021 report is titled Gtipa Perspectives, Clean, Renewable Energy and Sustainability Innovations. It features examples of entrepreneurs, startups, large companies, government agencies, and university and civil society organizations from 17 nations that are working to develop and implement innovative solutions to the climate change and sustainability challenges the global community faces. From tapping into countries' unique geographical features to unlock geothermal heat, oceanic wave energy, or plant biomass, to efforts worldwide to build more efficient electric vehicles, electric batteries, photovoltaic solar cells, wind turbines, and even novel fission-based nuclear reactors in Italy. The report provides a treasure trove of examples of innovative companies developing climate solutions that we desperately need to scale, socialize, and disseminate worldwide. A second report, again kindly sponsored by Kiet, which we will release at the start of 2023, will examine how Gtipa member countries can deepen their trade, economic, and innovation linkages with South Korea. Well, this year's 6th annual Gtipa Summit comes amidst a significant turbulence for the global economy. The war in Ukraine, simmering US-China trade tensions, the hangover from the COVID-19 pandemic, the continued disruption of global value chains arising from these three forces, as well as increasing inflation now averaging 10% globally against a whole backdrop of climate, technological, and social change, means that we really have to work hard to come up with creative solutions to address these global challenges. And that's precisely the point of why we hold Gtipa summits. As noted, our summit this year will feature the theme of industrial and innovation policy at a crossroads, new challenges and opportunities. We'll get started with presentations by ITIF President Dr. Rob Atkinson and Gwon-do Kim of the Korea Institute for the Future, and they'll examine how nations' industrial and innovation policies essentially stand at a crossroads, attempting to balance trade-offs between the benefits of trade and globalization on the basis of specialization, comparative advantage, and access to large markets against the interest of stimulating greater domestic manufacturing, especially in advanced technology industries. Then, as noted, we'll move into a series of panels that examine issues such as how to deepen trade, economic, and innovation linkages between the US and Korea, and a panel specifically looking at the results of this clean energy report. I should also note that our summit today will be recorded and available for subsequent viewing on the websites of both Kiet and ITIF. Finally, I would like to extend the most sincere thanks of the members of the Gtipa to the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade for hosting this year's summit. In particular, I would like to thank Kiet President In-chul Kim, Jae-han Cho, Director of Kiet's Innovative Growth Policy Division, Yeon Kim, Associate Research Fellow, as well as their colleagues Han-hin Kim, Soo-jin Lee, and Yi-ju Chung. Thank you for your excellent organization of this year's summit. Well, we hope you enjoy the program, and we look forward to continuing to work with our partners from Korea and beyond as we continue to advance a positive view of innovation, trade, and globalization for the benefit of humankind. Thank you.
스테판 에잘 부회장님 감사합니다. 자리로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 이어서 국민의힘 한무경 국회의원님의 축사를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 쌀쌀한 가을 날씨에도 불구하고 아침 일찍부터 자리를 해주신 내빈 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 저는 국회 산업통상자원중소벤처기업위원회 국민의힘 현재 간사를 맡고 있는 한무경입니다. 먼저 글로벌 싱크탱크 모임인 2022년 GTIPA 서울 회담의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 또 주연 원장님께서 제가 옛날부터 좀 알고 지냈었는데요. 또 저한테 이렇게 또 축사의 기회를 주셔서 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리고, 우리 김강두 원장님 참 오래간만에 또 이렇게 뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다. 이 어려운 환경에서도 자리를 해주신 GTIP의 싱크탱크 전문가분들의 한국 방문을 진심으로 환영합니다. 아울러 GTIPA 서울 회담 전체의 주요 행사 중 하나인 새로운 갈림길에 선 산업 혁신정책과 글로벌 협력과제 국제 컨퍼런스를 개최해 주신 경제인문사회연구회 정혜구 이사장님께도 감사의 말씀을 드리고, 그리고 이 행사를 준비해 주신 여러 관계자분들께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 또한 기조연설을 맡아서 컨퍼런스의 문을 열어주실 로버트 애킨스 회장님과 또 김강두 미래연구원 원장님께도 감사의 말씀을 드리고, 그리고 오늘 함께 패널 토론에 참여해 주시는 전문가 여러분들께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 미중 무역 갈등, 그리고 우크라이나와 러시아의 전쟁, 그리고 자국 우선주의 등 지금 현재 세계 무역 환경에 굉장히 많이 급속도로 변화를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 그에 따라서 공급망의 재편, 탄소 중립, 그리고 디지털 전환 등 산업의 대전환 시기에 주요 국가들은 과거와는 다른 산업 정책으로 미래를 준비를 하고 있습니다. 또한 우리나라도 발맞추어 어떻게 미래를 이끌어갈 산업이 무엇인가에 대해서 국회에서도 굉장히 많이 고민을 하고 또 많은 토론회를 개최를 하고 있습니다. 글로벌 산업 환경의 변화 속에 최근 한국을 둘러싼 무역과 금융 환경의 어려움이 가중되고 한국 산업과 경제의 위기감 또한 그 어느 때보다 고조되고 있습니다. 이러한 위기를 슬기롭게 극복함과 동시에 산업 대전환 속에 국가적 역량을 모아 미래 산업의 경쟁력과 먹거리를 확보할 방안을 마련하고 지속적으로 추진해야 될 것입니다. 이러한 배경에서 새로운 변화 속에 각국의 산업 혁신 정책을 공유하고 글로벌 협력 방안을 도출하기 위해 기획된 오늘의 컨퍼런스는 남다르게 큰 의미가 있다고 생각을 합니다. 전 세계 20여 개국의 싱크탱크 전문가들이 함께하는 2022년 GTIPA 서울 회담이 급변하는 세계 산업 환경 변화를 공동으로 협력하여 대응하는 초석이 되기를 간절히 기대합니다. 다시 한번 바쁘신 중에도 새로운 길목에서 한국 경제는 물론 글로벌 산업과 경제가 지속하여 번영할 수 있는 길을 함께 고민해 주실 참여자분들께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 오늘 논의되는 한국과 글로벌 산업을 위한 과제와 방향에 관한 전문가들의 고견을 새겨듣고 한국 산업은 물론 한국의 글로벌 중추국가로 도약을 지지하는 글로벌 협력과제로 번영할 수 있도록 국회에서도 최선을 다하겠습니다. 마지막으로 대한민국 수도 서울에서 진행되는 2022년 GTIPA 서울 회담에 좋은 결과가 있기를 바라고요. 지금 이 시기가 대한민국에서는 가장 아름다운 계절입니다. 아마 처음 방문하신 분들도 계실 거고요. 또 몇 번 방문하신 분도 계시겠지만 이 회담을 마치시고 이 아주 아름다운 우리 대한민국의 가을 정치를 흠뻑 느끼시고 아주 조심스럽게 편안하게 귀국하시길 바라겠습니다. 예, 감사합니다.
네, 한무경 국회의원님의 따뜻한 축사까지 들어봤습니다. 이렇게 해서 환영사와 축사, 개회사 모두 들어보셨는데요. 오늘 GITPA 서울 서밋을 힘차게 시작해봤습니다. 많은 내빈분들과 전문가분들이 또 함께하시고 뜻깊은 자리인 만큼 기념사진 촬영을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 우리 내빈분들과 우리 앞으로 잠깐 나오셔서 사진을 촬영해 보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 사진 촬영까지 함께 하셨습니다. 그럼 이제 본격적으로 2022 GTIPA 서울 서밋을 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다.
All right, thanks. I would like to introduce our keynote speakers today. First, we'll hear from Dr. Rob Atkinson. He is president of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation and an internationally recognized scholar and a widely published author, once named by the New Republic magazine as, quote, one of the 3 most important thinkers about innovation in this world. His books include Big is Beautiful, Debunking the Mythology of Small Business, and his favorite book, co-written with me, called Innovation Economics, The Race for Global Advantage. He served on multiple presidentially appointed commissions by Democratic and Republican administrations alike, including most recently an appointment by the Trump administration to the G7 Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, and appointments by the Obama administration to the U.S.-China Innovation Policy Experts Working Group and the National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Rob previously served as vice president at the Progressive Policy Institute and ran economic development for the U.S. state of Rhode Island. Rob will speak for about 20 minutes, and then we'll take 10 minutes of questions. So prepare your questions as you hear Rob's presentation. Then we'll have a presentation from Mr. Kwan-Do Kim, who serves as president for the Institute for the Future of State in Korea. Mr. Kim previously served as vice chairman of the National Economic Advisory Council in the Korean Office of the President and as a member of the Monetary Board of the Bank of Korea. Before that, he served as chairman of the Council for Economic Development at the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Energy, and as co-chairman for the Korean Committee for the Promotion of a Creative Economy and SMEs, Small Business Economy. He is also a professor of economics at Sogang University and himself the author of numerous books, including The Economics of Technology, The Creative Economy, and Industrial Organization Theory. Rob, the floor is yours.
정보기술혁신재단 로버트 애킨스 회장님께서 새로운 갈림길에선 미국의 산업혁신정책이라는 주제로 기조연설을 해주시겠습니다. 20분간 연설하시고 10분 Q&A 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. And thank you, Stephen, for all your great work and leadership on the Alliance. And thank you for Kiet for really just fantastic host of this event. And thanks for everybody who came. So I think it's an appropriate title for this talk, for this event today. Because we've been on a road, and essentially that road is, you got 2 choices, one path or another path. I think the choice of staying on the road we've been on is no longer a choice. There is a crossroads, and the question is, which way is that crossroads going to go, and where it should go, and importantly, what role we can all play in making sure that we go on the right road. Okay, so I'm just going to talk a little bit about from the U.S. perspective and then jump at the end a little bit about how we see this path and this transition from the global perspective. One of the things I think that's important for the U.S. is a different path that we're on. Is we're no longer the global technology hegemon, I would argue. We're no longer the global technology leader. And that is a shock to the system for the United States. So for 2 generations, if not longer, we've assumed that we're the leader and with all of the benefits that comes from. And now we realize that that leadership is either gone or at risk. This is a study we did recently, just a few months ago, where we looked at value added by country in 7 major advanced industries: semiconductors, machinery and equipment, biotechnology, information, et cetera. And the size of the circle is the size of the output for that, and the global market share, and then also how specialized each country is. So, in other words, if you've got a lot of this in your country relative to the size of the country, you're going to be higher up there. And there's Korea. So Korea, of all the 70 countries we analyze, Korea is second in terms of specialization in advanced industries, second most specialized. Only Taiwan is ahead of Korea. If you look at the US, we are now below the national average. Think about that for a moment. And if you take out information where the US, it leads, sectors like, for example, firms like Microsoft or Google, if you take that out, we are 0.8 80% of the global average. So think about that for a minute. We have less advanced industry production as a share of our economy than on average all the other countries in the world. That is a wake-up call for America, and that is a core reason why you're seeing a new path in the United States towards a more active national industrial technology strategy. Okay. You can see the same thing there. These are essentially 1995, 2006 to 2018. And you can see that while the U.S. has done well in sectors like aerospace, largely because of Boeing, we're doing reasonably good in information, as I mentioned. Very, very weak production in a lot of these other sectors to the point where we're below the national average, or below the global average. Okay. I also think that you can't understand what's going on in United States industrial, economic, and technology policy unless you understand this graph. This is the U.S. trade deficit. You have to take, can't see the number there, but, oh, here it is. You got to take, if you take 26 OECD and BRIC countries, adding up sequentially their trade surpluses, you have 26 countries with trade surpluses that don't even match the U.S. trade deficit. Only China, Germany, and Japan are not in there. So in other words, the U.S. is the importer of last resort, and we were that for a long, long time. And what's happened in the United States is there's a recognition that we can't do that anymore, that massive trade deficit, which will be over $1 trillion this year, $1 trillion trade deficit, is no longer sustainable. You can argue that that's good or bad, however you want to argue it. It's just the political reality that has kicked in, and that's why you're seeing some of the things that you're seeing from the Congress and the Biden administration. And then, of course, overriding all of that, or underpinning all of that, is the fundamental change in China under President Xi. There was a long hope that China would become a, quote, normal country, would embrace more openness, more freedom, and more market-based economic policies, and that clearly has not happened. And again, you cannot underestimate how much that has changed U.S. policy. 5 years ago, if any of you have been to Washington, you know Massachusetts Avenue. That is the home of many, many think tanks. Not us, of course, because we're on K Street, if you know DC humor. But and 5 years ago, almost all of those think tanks said globalization is great, there's no problem, China's fine, U.S. is going to lead. Every one of those now has changed their minds and changed their views and said, wait a minute, we underestimated China, we thought they were going in a direction and they're not. So again, you cannot overestimate the intellectual change in Washington because of this. So what does that mean? It means we're going to have, and we are having, a much more active industrial policy, somewhat akin to what Asian countries have done historically. U.S. didn't do that. Now we're going to do that. That was a good example with the CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act, by the way, was an act that Stephen played a central role in helping create, initiate, and get across the finish line. I won't go into details. $39 billion in subsidies for any allied country that wants to put a fab or a related factory in the U.S. A big tax credit for machinery and equipment. $13 billion or $12 billion for advanced R&D, which, by the way, could, should, and hopefully will be done in collaboration with our allies, so countries like South Korea, Taiwan, Germany, and others. So U.S. is much more in the game now, if you will, with industrial policy and technology strategy. Second, as you all, or many of you know, a lot of these new initiatives came with Buy America provisions. So importantly, the Inflation Reduction Act, which had nothing to do with inflation, but it was a nice name. It really was much of it was really a clean energy bill, clean energy products, clean energy technologies, tax credits, but importantly for this conversation, tied to domestic production. So if you are a Hyundai, you want to get benefits of that for an electric vehicle, You got to make it in the U.S. And thirdly, getting tough on Chinese innovation mercantilism. There's a huge misunderstanding, I think, about American politics that the, quote, trade war was started by the U.S. and it was really sort of this Trump aggression. Neither one are right. The trade war, if you will, was started by China many, many years ago, and Trump was only the first to sort of respond to it and realize. But what's important about that is if Hillary Clinton had been elected president, you would have seen similar types of efforts, because Washington's consensus around China was changing around 2015. I remember when I was head of the U.S.-China Innovation Experts Task Force, I could see that change in U.S. government policy from the time we started it, which was somewhere around 2009, to the time we ended it, 2015. So that change was happening. It doesn't matter who gets elected in 2024 in the White House in the U.S., you will have a president that will be tough on China. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who controls Congress, although at some level the Republicans are going to be a little bit tougher. But that's now baked into U.S. policy, and it'll be baked in for at least the next 20 years. Okay. So what is the Democratic Party? I think is the issue here is different party. Both parties have somewhat similar and somewhat different views. Democratic Party in the U.S. is much more likely to support domestic production provisions. All of these provisions, by the way, all of these acts, by the way, were pretty partisan in nature. The CHIPS Act was a little bit more, you had more Republican support. But the Democrats are the ones who are much more focused on making sure that this production is carried out in the U.S. The Republicans are more globalist, if you will. Manufacturing. There was a long trend in U.S. Elite circles that said that manufacturing doesn't matter. One of these think tanks over on Massachusetts Avenue, which I will not mention by name, the president of the think tank was asked once by a colleague of mine, how much manufacturing do you think the U.S. could lose and still be okay? And he said, thought for a moment, and goes, all of it. We could lose all of it. Now I want to ask my Korean colleagues and friends here, if I asked you that question, I guarantee you would not say all of it. I guarantee that. So that was the mindset. We thought, thankfully, we've overcome that delusion sooner than the Brits did, because the Brits didn't overcome that. They were like, oh, we can lose it all. We'll have the City of London. Well, how did that work out for them after the 2009 financial collapse? So there is a new sense in the United States on both sides of the aisle that manufacturing is critical. Climate, if you look at what the Biden administration is doing, they really, at the end of the day, they stand for two core things. One is climate, and the other is race and equity and redistribution. So everything, I'll give you an example. In the semiconductor program to give out grants to semiconductors, one of the criteria looks like it will be how many racial minorities and women you employ. Nothing wrong with that, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, the core reason you're doing this program is not social policy. The core reason you're doing this program is for a very simple reason, which is if China invades Taiwan, what are we going to do about semiconductors? Because the U.S. cannot allow itself to be dependent upon China for semiconductors. Hopefully, we'd be dependent on Korea, but the reality is we don't want to be dependent on anybody. And lastly, the Democratic Party has really embraced a very regulatory approach to technology, very fearful, cautious. These technologies have to be regulated. Big companies have to be broken up. If I asked you how many people, a Korean colleague, how many of you think that you should break up Samsung, SK, and Hynix and these other companies into 5 pieces each? Probably the answer would be quite few. If you ask a lot of Democrats, should we break up big companies? The answer is yes. Republican policy focus, and I don't think there shouldn't be any question the Republicans are going to control one or more chambers of the Congress in 2 weeks from now. There's going to be a new bipartisan special committee on China, which we've never had before, and that committee will be focused, not to get too much into details, but the CHIPS Act originally had a big, giant China package with it. Enormous number of pretty interesting proposals around confronting China. And that was all stripped out for political reasons. That's going to be back on the table in the next Congress. National security, there's a real sense that there's certainly a fear, and I think it's a realistic fear, that at some point China will play the Taiwan card and the U.S. will have to respond militarily. And so a lot of what the U.S. is doing now is in the context of how do we build up dual-use industries that are commercial and military, and how do we make sure that we stay in the technological lead. As we see from the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, technological leads matter when you're at war, and it's not clear the U.S. is going to have that for much longer. And lastly, limited government. The Republicans still have a small government focus. There are a few areas, though, where I think it doesn't matter who gets in power. And one of these areas is allies. I stress that because I think it's important for all of our colleagues here to understand that you can't be in any conversation around technology policy in Washington without the question of how do we work better with our allies being part of that. And that is a very new development in the U.S. For long standing, it was we can do this on our own because we're so powerful, we're so big, we don't need anybody else. And now there's a real recognition that we have to work with our allies and we want to work with our allies. So in semiconductors, for example, I think there's big opportunities for that big R&D fund to be used. Let's work with Korean companies, let's work with German companies, let's all work together, and governments. So I would encourage policymakers in Korea to really think carefully about that, because there's a real open door now in Washington to good proposals to come for us to work together. We've heard a little bit about supply chains. Deep insecurities in Washington about the vulnerability of supply chains, not just because of COVID and other things, but also China. Everybody likes science. Everybody likes STEM education. These are like motherhood and apple pie. Both parties are going to go there. So let me just finish up by saying, what do I think about these issues in terms of the fork in the road, if you will, globally? Absolutely, clean energy innovation is important. We're not going to solve climate change without better and newer and cheaper and more effective technology. I don't think it's not even up for debate, and that's what ITIF has been focused on with our Clean Energy Innovation Center. But what I think there's a risk of, and we see it particularly in Europe, particularly in the Biden administration, is that everything becomes green industrial policy. Aerospace, pretty important technology, semiconductors, machine tools. There's a lot of technologies, a lot of areas, a lot of industries that have really nothing to do with green that are critical for countries to be focused on. So I think there's a real risk that green will overwhelm the technology policy of the future. And to me, that would be a huge mistake. Just to be clear, yeah, we absolutely have to focus more on climate and clean energy innovation, no question. But it can't be everything. Apologize to my European friends. I think there's a real risk here. If you look at how the Europeans are going about looking at these technologies, it's basically from a precautionary principle. It's like these technologies are inherently going to be problematic. Market forces alone are not going to solve the problem. These companies are just going to go out there, and you're going to be inundated with artificial intelligence that's biased, that tries to addict you, that manipulates you and cheats you. And so we better regulate it. And if you look at the European AI Act, that to me is emblematic of that. Now, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with good regulation? Nothing's wrong with good regulation. The problem is, I think that a lot of these regulatory proposals are massive overreach, and they will end up hurting innovation and innovators. And I think that's true in Europe, where you're going to see, frankly, a much smaller AI ecosystem than you would if they had a more balanced regulatory approach. So I really worry about countries sort of overstating the fears of these new technologies and overreacting with how much and how heavily you have to regulate them. And that's related to the second part, which is the third part, which is techlash and biglash. Biglash meaning a backlash against large corporations. We certainly see that in the US. We certainly see that in Europe. And we certainly see it, the techlash, almost everywhere, where this view of we just don't want to have this technological change happening as quickly. We need to slow it down. We need to throw sand in the gears. We need to put roadblocks in the way. A lot of that is around these, I think, completely unfounded fears of job loss. We did a little analysis a couple of weeks ago of the Osborne and Frey study. So Osborne and Frey were these two economists from Oxford, came out with this very famous and fundamentally flawed study 8-9 years ago, and it said 47% of American jobs are going to be eliminated by new technologies like AI over 20 years. And it really freaks people out. Every article, oh, 47% of jobs. And that's why you had people in the US literally saying, without any sort of embarrassment, that we should tax robots. What? You want to tax robots? Korea leads the world in robot adoption. Why would we want to have fewer robots? So we did a little analysis. We looked at all 700, 900 occupations they did. It turns out there was virtually no correlation between job loss predictions and actually what happened in job loss. In fact, the occupation they said had the highest risk of job loss actually gained 23% more jobs, and the occupation that had the lowest risk of job loss actually lost 18% of jobs. The point being, I really worry that you're just going to see this kind of uninformed, easy reaction that says these technologies are problematic, and that to me puts a lot of barriers in the road to doing the right thing. Related to that is this, I think, incredibly harmful narrative of degrowth. And this is, we have to save the planet, and so the only way to do it is degrowth. Now, I don't know where my Indian colleague is, but okay. I would like you in India to volunteer to not grow your economy anymore. Please? Can you do that for the climate? You don't want to do that? Come on.
We had to come to our university and give a talk.
So the point being, degrowth is a nonsensical term, and it's an oppressive term. The idea that we would want countries that make less than $20,000 per capita a year to not grow is, I think, obscene. And yet, that is now the narrative. You hear it from people like Klaus Schwab. And I think it's a terrible thing. So I think it's a risk. We've got to, as think tanks that are for pro-innovation, we have to be pro-progress and pro-growth. Now, can we have growth that's clean? Absolutely. Absolutely. The idea that you can save the planet by keeping India poor is the worst nonsensical idea you can have, and yet it's taken off. And lastly, there's a real risk, at least of some countries moving towards deglobalization and localization. We see it all around the world. Our colleague Nigel Corey's done all this work on data localization. Countries wanted to keep data inside their own country, even though when the same countries that embrace global trade and free trade. I don't think we're going to deglobalization. I think what we're going towards is somewhat of a separation from China with certain advanced industries. But we're not going to tell Procter & Gamble not to sell soap in China, and we're not going to not import toys from China. But I think it's a real risk that people have lost faith in globalization and see it as inherently. You saw that with Rana Farrar's new book from the Financial Times, praising localization. I don't know about you, but I do not want my 787 beautiful carbon fiber plane to be made locally. Just don't think that's going to happen. There's a reason why you have global supply chains and big corporations. So at the end of the day, what is our job? Our job is to help make sure that we go on the right road. And the famous quote by Carl Sandburg, I took the road less traveled or less taken, and it's made all the difference. So I don't know whether we want the road less taken or more taken, but we want the right road. And I think we all can and are playing a key role in making sure that we go down that road. So thank you so much. And I think we've got some time for some complaints from my European colleagues and questions or comments. So, anybody want to? Yeah. Hold on, Mike.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Hubertus Barth from the German Economic Institute. So that's not a complaint, it's just a question, and it's not about tech regulation, it's about deglobalization. How would you assess the risk that deglobalization can be also caused or become more problematic due to protectionism around the world? And I include local production regulation, for example, subsidy raises we have. And my fear a bit is that as a reaction to China, we are becoming more like China. And that wouldn't be, from my point of view, not the answer the market economic countries should give.
So I have there's a journal in DC called the Journal of International Economy, and they just asked 10 experts in the latest issue what's the role of China in globalization, and are we at the end of it or all? And my argument was pretty simple, which was the globalization backlash is too strong, because if you still poll Americans in public opinion polls, there's still a lot of majority support for global integration. But my argument has been, if China had played by the rules, this would have been a significantly reduced problem. This is not, we're not complaining because you Germans are selling us Mercedes. It's not the complaint. We're complaining because China has manipulated the rules, and unfairly so. So the question then is, how should we respond? And I don't look at, I think there's a difference between, and this is what I think the big risk in the U.S. is. So when Biden initially came out with his Buy America provision, we wrote a report and we said, look, don't do this for countries that are part of the OECD government procurement agreement. So if they agree to buy if the governments there agree that we'll buy our stuff, why should we say that we're not going to buy their things? Where we should say we're not going to buy other countries' things for our government is countries that aren't in the GPA and won't buy our things. So there should be reciprocity. And I think that's the key principle, is countries that are generally playing by the rules, we all have an obligation to reduce barriers, reduce localization, and do that. But I think with a country like China, you don't have the option anymore of just saying, oh, I'm going to turn my head and you can do whatever you want. I think you have to respond. And I don't see putting barriers on China trade, particularly companies that are manipulating the system. Not every China company. I don't see a problem with putting barriers there, because here's a good example. So if you look at 5G equipment, you got ZTE, Huawei, and you got Siemens, you got Nokia, Ericsson, and Samsung. China allocates their market. So they're basically about 6% they allocate. They tell the carriers, buy 6% of your stuff from foreign companies. It's not a market. It's not free. It's basically the government saying, we're going to allocate 6% to these other companies. And the reason they don't put it at zero is because they want to say, oh, look, we're open. Yeah, Ericsson can get. And then what they do is they punish the company they don't like, and they say, okay, China Mobile, you got to buy all your stuff from Ericsson, nothing from Nokia, or vice versa. I just don't see any way you deal with that without some kind of reciprocal measures. That's how I'd look at that. So what I worry about is that those reciprocal measures spread, and that would be a mistake. I think the issue really is a few countries, particularly China, who are manipulating the rules, and we should respond, in my opinion, in kind. And Germany seems like they're moving in that direction. So, yeah.
Thanks, Rob. My name is Rajat Kathure. I'm from Shiv Nadar University in close to New Delhi. Rob, let me take that answer you just gave and pose it in the context of big tech in the United States. I agree that it'll be a futile exercise to break up big tech because of the network effects. They'll probably become as big as they were. I don't know how you look at the breakup of AT&T, whether you classify it as a success or not, but things are a lot sort of better in terms of technology today than they were in 1996, and therefore big tech will probably become big again. And so they've grown not solely by innovating. There's a narrative, Rana Farour's narrative or the other narrative. They've grown in the United States and elsewhere by actually sort of not complying with the rules. So that was the argument that often big tech made in the United States. We lose the AI battle to China unless you allow us access to all this data without being compliant with the rules. So if you take that argument, you need to regulate big tech, not because they're innovating and growing big, but they're not compliant with the existing rules. So that's the answer that you gave. You can't look the other way, applies as much to big tech as it applies to China. So that's my point here.
Okay. Pretty much disagree. But here's why. First of all, in 20 minutes, I got to give the snippet. So if I was giving the more nuance to you, I would say, number one, any technology company, any company, no matter where they're doing business, has to comply with local rules. So American companies comply with the GDPR. They have to. In the US, though, there's this mythology out there. So for example, if you get a Facebook ad, you're using Facebook and you get an ad, and I ride my bike, so I might get an ad for a bicycle component or something, and I'm like, oh my God, they know that Rob Atkinson rides bicycles. No, the bicycle company doesn't know that. It's an algorithm in the thing that just matches this thing up. So number one, I think there's an overreaction to the privacy issues. It's not like these companies know who you are. They're just doing a blind match. Secondly, they by and large don't sell the data. There's some bad companies, I get that, but none of the big companies sell the data. That would be the worst thing in the world for their business model. And lastly, we have been arguing at ITIF for almost 15 years for a national privacy law. So we should have a national privacy law, and it should have good rules. I'm not a libertarian here in this space. The point being, are there going to be good rules or bad rules? And so we did an analysis of if you did a sort of pretty good system in the US that allowed users to opt out, gave them ability to have data portability, had cybersecurity, a whole bunch of good things, and you did it in a good way versus using GDPR and the California privacy model, the compliance cost difference annually would be $125 billion difference. $125 billion. You think how many kids at low-income schools you could feed for $125 billion a year? So my only point is not to say that countries shouldn't have regulation. Of course they should. But the regulation should be designed in a way that balances the privacy and other needs with the needs of the data economy. I was on a panel once with Andrus Ansip from the EU, head of technology, and Vice President Ansip was saying, we want to be the data leader and the data innovation leader and big data and all that stuff. And I said, well, look, there's one thing you need to do that, and that's data. And the European system does not allow much data. I mean, when the GDPR was undertaken, there was one of the major groups that was opposed to it was the oncology researchers, cancer researchers, because they said, we think that this is going to limit our ability to do cancer research. I want data to be used for cancer research, for finding out things like health research, all of these really good things, and you have to find a way to regulate privacy without limiting anonymized use of data for all these good things. So that was really my point. If we're out of time, okay.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
네, 로버트 애킨스 회장님의 연설까지 들어봤습니다. 자리로 다시 모시도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이어서 국가미래연구원 김광두 원장님께서 새로운 갈림길에선 한국의 산업혁신정책이라는 주제로 기조연설을 해주시겠습니다. 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수로 맞아주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Good morning. I welcome everybody, you in Seoul, and I hope you enjoyed Seoul's night time yesterday. Did you? As you know, these days, Korea, a small country and a follower in the technology competitive world, two big countries in Korean, 고래 싸움에 새우 등 터진다. Two big power is fighting. So, as a small fish, Korea is wondering which way we should take. U.S. want to follow him. But China is watching us. Well, you have great stake in our market, and if you go to US, well, you have to take the risk of losing China market. So what can we do in this time? That's the basic question these days we have. And historically, strong countries has formed the world trade regime. US was confident, the most strong country in the world, and they established WTO. But as China is now challenging US, especially Xi Jinping, he challenges strongly against US, and now look at the China, they are very strong. The democratic country is rather weak in the government power comparing to China. Chinese government is very strong. They are covering every aspect of industrial activities. Their regulation is very strong. But US, the market mechanism, the freedom of choice, this kind of things is important. But Chinese government have occupied lots of US market in the world. In some technology area, they are following quite close to the US. This is the main reason why the small fish like Korea have to be in the position to take which way we should go. In my text, I wrote down several things, but in the introductory part, I take two things in focusing my speech. One is we are now facing the class conflict in a local economy. The rich is getting richer, the poor getting poorer. So these days, we have two political parties, one who is market mechanism oriented, and the other one is let's revise the market mechanism to support those poor people. In the crossroad, to follow China or US, or what shall we do? And we have the local serious problem, how to solve the class conflict. With that in mind, I will go to chapter 3. Chapter 1, 2, I will go over. Would you turn over? Yeah. Because we have some time limited, I'll go to chapter 3. And from now on, I speak in Korean. First of all, I'm sorry, I'll speak in Korean. 우리는 중국 시장을 무시할 수 없습니다. 우리의 첫 번째 수출 시장이 중국입니다. 두 번째는 이제 미국이 주도해서 중국에 대항하는 여러 가지 국제 동맹, 얼라이언스를 만들려고 하고 있는데 대표적인 것이 IPEF입니다. CPTPP는 미국이 가입하지 않고 있기 때문에 그게 갖는 한계가 있고 우리는 IPEF를 이제 염두에 두고 있고 이거는 금년 5월에 시작했죠. 지금 현재로서는 이 프레임워크를 만드는 단계인데 여기에 우리가 더 많은 관심을 가지고 지금 참여하고 있습니다. 그 다음에 우리 국내적 고민으로서 이 빈부 갈등 문제 이게 또한 이 산업 정책 측면에서 접근할 필요가 있다 이렇게 생각합니다. 이런 관점에서 한 7가지 정도를 우리가 고민하고 있는데요. 거기에서 첫 번째와 두 번째 그리고 7번째는 좀 더 매크로한 얘기이기 때문에 세 번째, 네 번째, 다섯 번째, 여섯 번째 이 이슈를 주로 산업정책, 혁신정책에 관련해서 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 먼저 이게 디지털리제이션에 따라서 전 세계의 이 비즈니스 형태가 플랫폼 비즈니스 형태로 가게 되고 그 플랫폼 비즈니스 형태에서는 코어 테크놀로지 하나만 갖고 있으면은 그 이후에는 아웃소싱 할 수 있다. 이런 개념으로 비즈니스가 전개되고 있습니다. 그 이제 그림은 참고로 하시고요. 이 아이폰이라는 것이 생산되는 건데 주요한 부품이 전부 해외에서 생산이 되고 있다. 아이폰 본사는 오퍼레이션 시스템이라든가 디자인이라든가 뭐 이런 것들만 하고 있다. 그런데 그게 핵심이다. 가장 부가가치가 높은 거다. 이런 각도에서 보면은 우리와 같이 한국과 같이 이 기술을 따라가는 나라 입장에서는 이런 플랫폼 속에 하나 끼어들어야 그래야 생존할 수 있다. 이 플랫폼을 만드는 것은 미국과 같은 큰 국가고 그 국가의 거대 기업들이고 이 플랫폼 속에 우리가 하나라도 끼어들어 가야 그래야 우리가 살 수 있다 하는 그런 생각을 가지고 있습니다. 그래서 여기서 우리가 살아남으려면 이 플랫폼에 들어가야 되고 그 플랫폼 속에 어떤 기술을 우리가 확보해야 끼어 들어갈 수 있느냐, 이게 우리의 고민입니다. 이 플랫폼에 끼어들 조건이 쉬운 게 아닙니다. 미국에 있는 거대 기업들이 반드시 필요로 하는, 그리고 이거는 가장 믿을만하다, 이거는 경쟁력이 있다, 이런 걸 가져야 그래야 그 플랫폼 속에 우리가 들어갈 수 있기 때문에 어떻게 하면 이런 코어 테크놀로지를 우리가 갖고 있는 중요한 산업에서 확보할 수 있느냐 하는 게 우리의 고민인데, 여기 이제 예를 들어서 자동차, 조선, 또 이 모바일 폰, 반도체, 그리고 바이오, 여기에 우리가 생각하는 이거는 우리가 이 분야에 많은 투자를 해야 되겠다. 여기에 투자를 해야, 그래서 이 부분에서 기술을 확보해야 그래야 세계의 유수한, 특히 미국이 주도하는 이런 플랫폼 비즈니스 속에 하나의 참여자로서 자격을 가질 수 있겠구나 하는 생각을 하는 그런 기술들을 여기에 쭉 넣어 봤습니다. 반도체에 있어서 우리가 경쟁력이 있다고 하지만 우리는 메모리 부분에 경쟁력이 있는 거고 시스템 반도체 부분에서는 우리는 약합니다. 그래서 이런 걸 우리가 보완하려는 노력을 해야 되겠다 하는 생각을 많이 하고 있고, 자동차에서 배터리 부분이 다행히 지금 현재로서는 우리가 경쟁력이 있습니다만 그 이외에 이제 자율주행차 부분으로 가려면 센서라든가 이런 쪽에서는 아직 우리가 부족하다. 이런 기술에 대해서 우리가 부족한 부분을 여기 리스트업된 것이 대체적으로 우리의 업계가 갖고 있는, 이게 우리가 부족하다 하고 느끼는 것들입니다. 이거를 이제 갖기 위해서 여기서부터 제가 조금 우리 한국의 현실에 대해서 이걸 고쳐야 이게 가능하다 하는 말씀을 드리고, 여기에 저는 초점을 두고 오늘 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 우리는 1977년에 이 전화기에 전자교환 시스템을 도입하는데 어려움을 겪은 경험이 있습니다. 기존 업계의 반발로 그랬습니다. 최근에는 머리를 검게 하는 이 샴푸를 어느 중소기업이 개발했는데 이것이 미국과 카나다에서는 사용되고 있는 물질입니다만 유럽에서 그 사용을 금지한다고 해서 우리의 관계 부처가 국내 사용을 일단 일정한 기간 뒤에 중지시키겠다고 한 경우가 있습니다. 또 우리가 코비드를 극복하는 데 있어서 PCR을 주로 사용합니다만 이거를 타액으로 하는 기술이 있습니다. 그런데 그 기술은 국내에서는 처음으로 경험하는 기술이기 때문에 이걸 승인하는데 엄청난 시간이 걸렸습니다. 그래서 아직도 승인을 못 받고 있습니다. 이게 왜 그러냐? 두 가지입니다. 하나는 우리의 공정거래위원회가 신기술 제품이 시장에 들어올 때 기존 기업들이 그거를 막는 행위, 이거를 불공정 행위에 아직 포함시키지 못하고 있습니다. 그러한 역량이 없고 또 기술의 변화 속도가 아주 빠른 이런 상황에서 만들어진 공정거래법이 아니고 과거에 이 소위 말하는 하이텍이 나오기 전에 제조업이 중심을 이루었던 그런 시기에 만들어진 공정거래법이기 때문에 빠른 속도로 변화하는 신기술, 이 신기술의 바탕을 둔 신제품, 이것이 나오는데 그것에 의해서 대체될 수 있는 기존 제품의 업계가 이거를 방해할 때 이거를 막을 수 있다 하는 법적 장치가 현재 대한민국의 공정거래위원회에는 없습니다. 또 설령 그 장치를 해준다고 하더라도 전문 인력이 거기에 없습니다. 무엇이 신기술인지, 이것이 어떤 의미를 갖는 건지, 이거 안전한 건지, 이거를 판단할 수 있는 전문 인력이 공정거래위원회에 없습니다. 그래서 현재는 신기술을 개발하는 그런 업체가 컴플레인을 하게 되면 공정거래위원회에다가 이거는 불공정하다, 왜 진입을 못하게 하느냐 하고 컴플레인을 하게 되면 공정거래위원회에서 전문적인 다른 기관에다가 이거를 판단해 달라 그럽니다. 그 판단하는 기관들이 특허청이라든가 식품의약안전처라든가 이런 전문기관에다가 이제 의뢰를 하게 됩니다. 근데 현재 공정거래위원회가 그런 기능이 부족한 거, 이것은 법적으로 그리고 인력 면에서 개선이 반드시 필요하다. 신기술 제품이 아까 우리가 70년대 경험까지 말씀드렸습니다만 이것이 세계적으로 가장 앞선 수준으로 가려면 그러면 국내의 업계가 이거를 생산할 수 있는 자유롭게 생산할 수 있는 그런 제도적 여건이 갖춰져야 되는데 공정거래위원회에서 이거를 막는 행위를 제재할 수 없는 상태다. 이게 현재 하나의 고민 사항이고요. 그 다음에 그러면 공정거래위원회에서 신제품이 나왔을 때 갖다가 이게 신제품이 어떤 성격인지 이 기존 제품하고 어떠한 경쟁 관계에 있는 건지 뭐 이런 거를 판단하려고 맡기는 기관, 주로 정부 기관들이죠. 특허청도 있고 식품의약품 안전처도 있고 또 요즘은 이제 그 코비드가 생긴 이후로 질병관리처라는 데도 생겼고 그 위에 인증기관들이 많이 있습니다. 검역기관도 있고 또 성능을 인정하는 그런 기관들도 많이 있고 그런데 이 기관들도 현재는 이렇게 앞서가는 기술을 판단하는 데에는 문제가 있습니다. 어떤 문제가 있냐? 이 기관의 법이 언제 만들어졌나? 이 기관의 법은 현재의 새로운 기술이 없을 때 만들어진 겁니다. 그러니까 새로운 기술을 판단할 수가 없는 겁니다. 3년 전, 5년 전에 만들어진 법을 가지고 지금 현재 나오는 새로운 기술을 판단해야 되기 때문에 그리고 한국의 규제 시스템은 네거티브 시스템입니다. 법에 없는 거는 안 되는 겁니다. 5년 전에 만들어진 법규를 가지고 지금 현재 나온 새로운 기술을 판단하려고 보니까 그 법에 관련 조항이 없는 겁니다. 그러면 허가를 내주지 못하는 겁니다. 이러한 이 법령 시스템, 이게 현재 우리가 아주 빠르게 기술이 변화하고 있고 그 기술을 바탕으로 움직이는 세계의 리딩 컴퍼니의 플랫폼 비즈니스에 조인하는데 애로를 주는 그러한 이유 중에 하나고요. 그 다음 거기서 일하시는 분들, 그 조직에 들어간 지 꽤 되신 분들입니다. 물론 최근에 들어가신 분도 있겠죠. 그런데 그분들이 앉아서 오래된 법규를 바탕으로 새로 나온 기술을 판단하는 겁니다. 이 기술이 어떤 의미를 갖나? 자기가 3년 전에 공부한 걸 가지고 3년간에 얼마나 많은 게 변화하는데 지금 현재 나온 기술을 이거 된다 안 된다 이걸 판단해야 되니까 이분들이 갖고 있는 그 능력에 한계가 있는 겁니다. 그래서 자기들이 잘 모르는 거는 우리가 갖고 있는 규제 시스템이 네거티브 시스템이기 때문에 안 된다고 나오는 겁니다. 모르는 거는 일단 안 된다. 실리콘밸리는 저만큼 가 있는데 그러면 우리는 실리콘밸리에서 나온 쪽으로 빨리 가까이 가야 되는데 국내에는 아직도 3년 전, 5년 전에 교육받은 분들이 이거를 판단하고 있다. 그 다음, 부처별로 그 부처를 구성하는 주요 인력이 있습니다. 식품의약품안전처는 약사 출신들이 거기에 많이 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 이쪽은 제약 관계되는 그런 분들과 교류가 많고 그쪽에 기존 업계에 의견이 많이 들어가게 되어 있습니다. 구조적으로. 그런데 새로운 아이디어는 누가 만듭니까? 케미스트가 만듭니다. 새롭게 이 어떤 약을 만든다 이런 거 할 때는 주로 화학자 또는 생물학자 이런 사람들이 많이 만듭니다. 근데 그 사람들 의견은 들어갈 데가 없어요. 거기에서 새로운 아이디어가 기존 지식, 기존 업계의 어떠한 방어막을 뚫고 나가기 어려운 구조가 우리한테 있습니다. 그 다음에 더 중요한 것은 이분들이 잘못 판단했을 때 시정할 수 있는 메커니즘이 전혀 없습니다. 아무도 시정 못합니다. 왜? 전문성을 가지고 얘기를 하니까. 대통령 시정 못합니다. 대통령은 어차피 도와주시는 분들의 의견을 들어야 되는데 도와주시는 의견들이 또한 그 정도 전문성이 있지도 않고 그분들도 다른 전문가한테 또 물어봐야 되는데 그런 면에서 이게 우리가 최앞선 그런 기술로 우리 업계가 다가가는데 어려움이 있다. 네거티브 시스템에 바탕을 두고 있기 때문에 기존 법에 없는 거는 허가를 못 해줄 뿐 아니라 그 법을 다루는 공지에 계신 분들도 오래전에 교육받은 분들이다. 그러면 이걸 재교육을 빨리빨리 하면 되지 않느냐? 그런데 우리의 관료 시스템이 그렇게 재교육을 빨리빨리 할 수 있는 그런 시스템은 아니다. 이걸 우리 스몰 피쉬 입장에서 애로사항을 말씀드리고요. 시간이 제한되어 있어서 여러 가지가 있지만 그 다음에 미국식과 독일식에 대해서 좀 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 우리가 지금 현재 한국도 항상 얘기할 때 실리콘밸리를 얘기를 많이 합니다. 실리콘밸리 시스템이 이렇고 미국의 이 나스닥이 이렇게 움직이고 이런 얘기를 많이 하는데 이 실리콘밸리 시스템은 first learner가 take all 모든 걸 가져가는 그러한 시스템 그 자체가입니다. 그렇기 때문에 최고의 엘리트나 최고의 기업이 모든 걸 가져가고 마치 애플이 전 세계 모바일 폰 이익의 약 80%를 현재 가져가고 있는 것처럼 나머지는 항상 크게 뒤떨어져서 있게 됩니다. 이 시스템은 현재 한국 사회가 고민하고 있는 이 부자와 가난한 사람 간의 사회적 갈등, 그걸로부터 발생하는 정치적 갈등, 이거를 근본적으로 해결하는 데에는 큰 어려움이 있습니다. 거기에 한국은 제조업이 전통적인 제조업이 강한 나라입니다. 이 제조업에다가 하이텍을 접목해서 이제 따라가야 되는 건데 지나치게 실리콘밸리 스타일의 하이텍으로 가다 보니까 대기업과 중소기업 간의 불균형이 더욱더 심화되고 있습니다. 이 자료에 어느 정도 서로 이 생산성 차이가 나는지 이걸 OECD에서 나온 자료를 여기 첨부해 있습니다. 텍스트에 나중에 참고로 해주시기 바랍니다. 현저하게 2배, 3배 차이가 납니다. 생산성도 그렇고 임금도 그렇고 그것이 우리 사회의 소득 격차, 자산 격차의 뿌리입니다. 그래서 실리콘밸리 스타일로만 따라가게 되면 이거는 더욱더 악화되기 때문에 실리콘밸리 스타일과 그리고 독일 시스템 이거를 합하는 게 한국 사회에서는 더 바람직하다 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 독일 스타일은 중소기업 중심의 혁신이고 제조업 중심의 혁신이고 기존 기업 중심의 혁신입니다. 기존 기업을 혁신을 시켜서 그래서 첨단으로 따라가도록 하는 그쪽에 더 웨이트가 있거든요. 물론 그쪽도 실리콘밸리 타입이 있지만 그래서 독일은 중소기업이 아주 강합니다. 이렇게 하려면 어떻게 해야 되느냐? 이거는 결국은 현재 중소기업에 있는 사람들을 훈련시켜야 됩니다. 그런데 중소기업은 능력이 없습니다. 여유가 없습니다. 여기에 저는 정부가 중소기업들이 자기들이 갖고 있는 인력, 이 인력을 재훈련시킬 수 있는 그러한 투자 이거를 많이 해야 된다. 그렇게 생각하고 여기에서 이제 대기업과 중소기업 간의 협조 문제도 여기서 나온다. 그렇게 생각합니다. 텍스트를 다 말씀을 드리자면 시간이 많이 걸리고 지금 제가 시간을 보니까 11시가 돼서 이제 제 말씀은 여기까지 그치고요. 혹시 제가 말씀드린 것 중에 좀 더 아시고 싶은 게 있으시면 잠시 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
네, Q&A 시간을 잠시 가져볼까 하는데요. 네, 혹시 질문 있으신 분은 손을 들어주시면 저희가 마이크를 전달드리도록 하겠습니다. 질문 있으실까요?
Thank you, Mr. Kim, for that excellent address. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the growing disparity that you spoke about in the beginning. What do you think is the reason for that, and what are the sort of solutions you think could address that? Would transfers do it, or creation of more jobs? What is the solution that Korea is contemplating?
You mean the disparity?
Disparity, the growing inequality. What do you think is the cause of that, and what is the solution?
I told you already the cause, the small and medium firms and big firms. There are two parts in Korea. The big firms' productivity is very high, and small and medium firms' productivity is very low. So the income who are employed by the small and medium firms is around 30% of the big firms' employees' income. What I think as a solution to that issue is the education to improve their productivity. So retraining and re-educate those people who are working for the small and medium firms. That's the one solution. And the another one is the cooperation between small and big firms. But the cooperation should be on an equal basis. Usually the big firms have big power. Small firms are very small, very weak power. So when we mean the cooperation, big firms take the lead and small firms follow. In that case, the condition is unbalanced. So the balanced cooperation is required. And in that respect, the government needs to help them to have that kind of balanced cooperation. The main focus is, in my opinion, is education and retraining of those people who are working for the small and medium business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwang Do. I'm Umam from Paramadina Public Policy Institute, Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm very admired of South Korea because we know that this country in 1960s may be one of the poor country in the world during the war within the Korea. But now it's successfully upgrade and jumping its GDP per capita maybe more than 300% since at that time. And then when you talk about the combination, the best part of German and American innovation system, especially for South Korea, I'm wondering when you talk about human resources, could you explain more what's that priority sectors, especially for education that has been prioritized by the Korean government, South Korean government, to increase the human capacity in the near future, because that's very important for us, especially for developing countries, at least to learn and also maybe to copy the best lesson from South Korea. And then the second question is, when you talk about improving productivity through regulatory reform, to some extent, in my country, in Indonesia, we also have kind of, nationalistic issue for improving productivity. So that's why several regulations are coming out, especially to increase the local content requirement. And that's applied for several investment. Unfortunately, the local market's not ready enough for that, and that's become the investment getting more difficult and unfeasible to some extent. My question is, how is the approach conducted by the South Korea, especially during its economic transformation, to increase the local productivity while inviting international investment in this country? Thank you very much, Mr. Guangdong.
Yeah, thank you. Your second question is concerning the local content requirement? Yes. I see. For the first question concerning the human resources, education and retraining is important. And in that area, the government has the responsibility. So we have a limited budget. Every country has a limited budget. Within the budget, the educational investment portion should be increased instead of another portion. Because welfare, as a form of subsidy, it can help people to maintain his living, but it does not improve his living standard. But education and retraining can help him, his own talent and his productivity improvement, so his income will be increased. So it takes time, but welfare plus education, both of them are important, but in the long run, education is more important. So the budgetary portion on education and retraining should be increased. In Korea, especially, we have been very strong in education. But these days, the income disparity issues is now related to education. Rich people can educate their children very with very well instructors and facilities with their own money. But poor people cannot afford to do that. So their children have some disparity in achieving their talent and increasing their productivity. So the government has the responsibility. And in many European countries, government is doing that. And second question, the local content requirement, we did it in 1970s. And to increase the local content requirement, we gave some incentives to those who produce the local parts or components for the final products. But with the introduction of WTO, the WTO rule does not allow it. If we do it, then they can penalize our firms or country as a whole. So after 1995, the Uruguay Round Agreement, we are not doing that. But as the new World Trade regime is now coming out, the two parts, Chinese parts and US part, is now departing, a kind of deglobalization, but not total deglobalization. In that course, another value is now emerging, that is stable supply. Stable supply of parts and components and some very rare materials. So to meet that new trend, we need to increase our local content in some area in which the supply is unstable. So we have to think about that, how to deal with that issue. And that is related with the new alliance supply chain. For example, IPEF, within that frame, if we don't have any constraint on that kind of parts and component supply, then we can go as we are doing now. But within the new frame, we have some problem, then we should find out a solution. As the China, before the China is against the US, then we imported lots of that kind of very low-cost parts and components and materials from China. But now the US want us to join their part and to limit some part of the relation with China. Then we have to cope with that issues. So we have to think about that. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 혹시 추가 질문 없으시다면 이것으로 연설을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 큰 박수 내주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터는 대전환기 주요국 산업혁신정책과 과제라는 주제로 GTIPA 주요국 패널분들의 토론을 이어드리도록 하겠습니다. 산업연구원 산업혁신정책실 부연구위원인 김용 연구위원님을 모시고 함께 토론을 이어나가 보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 안녕하십니까. 첫 번째 패널 토론인 대전환기 주요국 산업혁신정책과 과제 패널 토론을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 저는 사회를 맡은 산업연구원의 김용 부연구위원이라고 합니다. 원활한 진행을 위해서 지금부터 영어로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first panel discussion of the today, Industrial Innovation and Trade Policies in the Era of Great Transition. My name is Young Kim. I'm research fellow at Kiet, and I'll be moderating this session. So thanks to all the great, wonderful speeches, especially to Dr. Rob Atkinson and Dr. Kwangdu Kim, for providing us great starting point to start this session. So as they mentioned, many countries face challenges associated with transitioning into more greener and more digital economy while trying to manage problems associated with supply chain disruption and energy crisis. So as Dr. Rob Atkinson and Dr. Kwangdu Kim mentioned, this is not just a problem for just Korea and United States, but many countries think about these issues and trying to address them. So it is called the era of great transition because of the changing circumstances, the way we think about industrial innovation and trade policy is also changing. So one way to address these challenges is to foster a mutually beneficial partnership amongst us. And first step of doing so would be to understand one's strength, each member's strength, challenges that they are going through, and current policy measure that they're taking. So this session is trying to discuss exactly that. And to discuss these matters with us, we have Dr. Sean Randolph from Bay Area Council Economic Institute from the US, and Mr. Aaron Woodrick from McDonald Laurier Institute from Canada, Ms. Carolina Agurto from Foundation Idea of Mexico, Dr. Hubertus Bart from German Economic Institute, Mr. Pietro Paganini from Competere from Italy, Ms. Christy Xu from CIER of Taiwan, and finally Professor Saeed Munir Kashuru from IPAC Asia Pacific, providing us a perspective of Australia and Southeast Asia. Okay, so we'll start this panel with a common question, and we'll go by the region, starting from North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. So the common question to all panelists would be, what is the most challenging issue associated in the era of great transition, and how is your government responding to this challenge? So we'll start with Dr. Sean Randolph, if you can provide us U.S. perspective of this situation and your government's response to this development, please.
Great, thanks very much, Young. I'll start with an advertisement for this new paper from Gtipa on the post-war economic order and supply chains. There are copies on the table out front. Stephen tells me it's not final yet, it's a work in progress. So it's still awaiting more input, but I think a really great product for Gtipa on this topic. I think what I have to say is going to really support and echo in many ways what Rob spoke about earlier about the change in U.S. perspective, specifically on industrial policy. Over, I'd say, the last 3 to 5 years, especially the last 2 or 3, we've seen a significant shift in U.S. thinking about industrial policy. I think for a long time, the term has been sort of a bad word, associated with, quote, picking winners and losers, which should be left to the market. States, in fact, have done more on this. They do a lot of subsidies, which may be good or bad. California has done this on science and innovation 20 years ago by creating the California Centers for Science and Innovation, where the state identified 4 sectors for priority: telecom, nanotechnology, bioinformatics, and applications of IT. They put a small amount of seed money in to create 4 research consortia, all based with UC campuses, University of California. You need 2 or 3 to qualify. Once they built the buildings, they had to raise the money themselves, and the state didn't tell them what to do. But it said, these are sectors, go and do it, build your research, build your industrial partnerships, and they are producing hundreds of startups out of this and a lot of industrial collaboration. So states have been ahead of the federal government. I think the change at the federal level has come about primarily because of the perceived geostrategic challenge from China, especially in the technological realm and the security realm, and the announced intention of China through policies such as Made in China 2025 to dominate or lead in key emerging sectors. It's been aggravated by supply chain bottlenecks during the COVID pandemic, perceived vulnerability of supplies coming from Taiwan to political tensions with China. And so on the Chinese side, there's a whole range of defensive measures that the United States has undertaken, and I won't go into those. But on the positive side, one approach has been that to be competitive over the long term, we need to invest in the things that we're really good at, like scientific research. Invest in U.S. scientific technological capacity. On the sectoral side, the issue has been more, how can you have an industrial policy that supports key sectors without picking winners and losers, and essentially being agnostic about how you reach your goals in the end if you do choose priority sectors. So there's 2 landmark bills this year that happened. One is the Inflation Reduction Act, which actually has nothing to do with inflation, but it does provide massive subsidies for clean energy. And clean energy has been a priority for more than one administration, certainly going back into Obama. The other one, which I'm going to just dwell on a bit more, is the CHIPS Plus Science Act. For the first time in decades, it commits major new funding to a single sector. And so this is a change. There are 2 parts to it. It's CHIPS plus science. The science part is that big investment in research capacity, about $200 billion that will go into that particular field. What is interesting about that is a lot of this goes into the National Science Foundation. For the first time ever, a new directorate was created within the NSF for basically applied research, translational research. And there was debate about that because concern was out there and is out there that could dilute the core focus on theoretical research, which underlies so much, but in fact, on a scaled-back level, this was a major change to actually invest in translational research. Then the CHIPS Act is the part that's not broad science, it's just focused on semiconductors. And that invests over 5 years. There is a component of that invests in research, but primarily it's focused on semiconductor manufacturing and expanding and revitalizing that in the US, about $39 billion in subsidies for that. Part of that involves really rebuilding the manufacturing capacity in the US, which in the 90s we had about 37% of global production. Now it's down to about 12%. And so there's a change in here from a view maybe 10 or 20 years ago that manufacturing, this stuff didn't really matter so much. It was all about the R&D. If we had the R&D, that's all we needed. But then there was the recognition that, oh no, that's not enough. If the manufacturing goes somewhere else, the R&D may go there as well. So this involves rebuilding local manufacturing in the U.S. It involves diversifying global supply chains, especially with aligned partners and allies around the world. And there was really a bipartisan consensus about this. Not a complete consensus, but let's say broad bipartisan agreement, which is pretty rare in the U.S. I think what's really significant about it also is that it's designed as a comprehensive approach. You've got the subsidies, but there's a lot of investment in workforce development, workforce training. There's 3 manufacturing institutes that are created, or up to 3, around semiconductors. And again, a lot of focus on R&D through a semiconductor institute for research, and then this big workforce component. So I think the key thing, I think for a group like ours to consider is that it's really important that this be a global undertaking. It not be all about only what happens inside the U.S. So overseas partners, semiconductor companies are eligible to participate in the funding, and $500 million is allocated in the bill to the Department of State to support cooperation with friendly countries and allies on the security and building out global semiconductor supply chains. So this is a major change from what we've experienced over the last, say, maybe 30 years. I think it is intelligently a comprehensive approach. It's not just about manufacturing, but everything that goes into the semiconductor ecosystem. And it's really important that it be, from our perspective, a global undertaking. But I think we're on a fairly new track here that's going to go on for a long time.
Okay, great. Thanks for the more detailed view of new focus of industry policy of United States. Now let's move on to Canada. Mr. Woodrick, would you like to explain what their concern is and their policy response?
Sure. Thank you very much, Young. And always nice for the little brother in North America to weigh in on things. I had some other prepared thoughts, but I was really seized by Dr. Atkinson's presentation, and I thought it would be more interesting to sort of weigh in on some of the things that he said, because there are a lot of parallels, obviously, for Canada, but there are a few distinctions. I should say the 2 things that stood out to me most was the focus on green. You have to get that balance right. Of course, fighting climate change is important, but I think particularly in Canada, we have a government which is almost singularly focused on the issue of climate change. To hear the debate in Canada, seems the fate of the world depends on Canadian climate change policy, even though we're a country of only 40 million people and account for about 1% of global emissions. But the debate in Canada is almost if we don't do this, this could be the decisive factor. So I think that, and there are trade-offs to that, of course, because the decisions we're making there are having impacts on areas such as energy policy, which have become all the more relevant, and I think we'll talk about a little bit later on. But the main differences, I would say, in Canada to the challenges that the United States face, first of all, is the size. Of course, because we are smaller, we are more dependent on our trading partners. We're a small, open economy. Historically, the United States has been far and away our largest trading partner. We've benefited from having a close relationship with the United States. The uncertainty of the last decade has sort of thrown that into flux and made policymakers question whether the United States will continue to be a reliable trading partner into the future. For example, in free trade agreements, there was obviously a lot of consternation when Donald Trump renegotiated NAFTA. I think Canada managed to pull that out of the fire. But then when there was a change in administration, Joe Biden, who was assumed to be going to be a better friend to Canada, was also sort of giving us the cold shoulder. So I think regardless of who is in power in the United States, that has ramifications for Canada. The second thing is the composition of the economy. Of course, Canada is the second largest country in the world for land, but almost nobody lives there because it's very cold in the winter. So we have a lot of natural resources. We have a lot of energy, agriculture. We can feed the world. We can power the world. And while we do have a large service economy, the proportion of primary industries is just larger in Canada. And there's a benefit there, and there's a reluctance amongst the current government to leverage that, to exploit that. Sometimes you just have to use your competitive advantage, and there is a reluctance, I would say, today in Canada to do that, and an obsession instead with a focus on things like Silicon Valley. Understandably, the knowledge economy, the digital transition, this is important, but Canada has all these assets which sometimes it doesn't feel that we're always using. And then the last thing I'd say is on the historical experience. I already mentioned our sort of historical dependence on the United States, and there's now a rethink about, part of the move towards China over the last 20 years was to wean ourselves off dependence on America. As Rob laid out, we know that experiment hasn't turned out, and in fact Canada has been in many times used by Beijing as sort of an example. Because we're a small country, they can do things to us and get away with it in the way they could not with a larger partner. So I think that lesson is hopefully being learned. And then with respect to industrial policy, there's generally historically been more acceptance of government intervention in Canada. Unfortunately, that has not always served us well in terms of protection of some of our industries. We have very sheltered industries and sectors, and everything from telecoms to airlines. So ironically, even though now it might be more appropriate to look at industrial policy because of the historical failures of it, there might actually be more people resisting that in Canada than otherwise would be. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think as a nation with a lot of natural and energy resources, Canada can be a key player in current development. And we'll come back to this issue in the second question. Now, let's move on to Mexico and tell us, Carolina, about what Mexican government is currently focusing on.
So it's funny that they were saying that Canada is like the little brother. We are the little brothers. Yeah, we are the little brothers of North America. So and it's with that joke, I think that we can start saying that Mexico is in a very interesting position because even though it's part of the North American, triangle, also it's like the reference for Central America and South America, and that's very important to consider because some of the issues that are happening right now in Latin America are like right now the main factor that is driving the policies in Mexico, at least at the federal government, right? So what is the main challenge right now? I think the main challenge is like there is no response from the government, from the federal government, which represents a challenge for stakeholders. But also it's an opportunity for local governments to stand up and also to try to drive some changes, from the inside. And when I talk about like local governments, I'm not only referring to state governments, but also municipal governments in Mexico, which right now are important. So they are important because right now, like the main focus, it's being supporting local supply chains, and also like even though these like local governments are trying to do that and trying to think about, well, at least I can just create clusters and create, new environments at the local level. They also trying to use this as a support for the federal government, and they have to use like this flag of, okay, we're proposing like economic changes, but also these changes are, also going to impact in the social arena, which is right now like, I think the main topic in all Latin America, right? So the main challenge right now is like, how we can use, local actions to impact in global actions. So, and for us, the USMCA platform, I think that we're going to discuss this later. The USMCA platform is very important. The bilateral cooperation between the US and Mexico specifically for supply chains right now is very important. There is a big program that is going to start like in a few months, and it's mainly focused on local supply chains in the south of Mexico. So, so that's very important for us too. And all of that is happening in a situation where there are like tons of improvement that needs to be done in the regulatory framework arena. And if we are talking about, industrial and also technology, all of this transition that, COVID-19 was, the main driver for this. We are seeing there is a huge potential right now because, as SMEs were like the ones that were trying to drive this, but also we are seeing that, and with good, indicators, like more than 85% of SMEs, which counts for more than 90% of, type of companies in Mexico are, trying to start a path on digitalization, for example. But there is also, a challenge while you have, these local governments trying to push things, there for these changes to happen or to be sustainable on time, you need to change, some regulations. So we are seeing that there are challenges regarding cybersecurity, the use of data, and also how to improve the workforce, right? In terms of these supply chains, but also new sectors that are being developed at the local level. So I think I will just stop there because we can discuss more about cooperation later.
Sure. Hopefully the discussion today will go to Mexican federal government so they can take more initiative because they can take more advantage of this current development. So let's move on to European countries. So we'll start with Germany. So since you guys are leading these policy changes on industrial and innovation front, so what are your most pressing current concerns and how do you managing it, Bart?
Well, I think right now the most pressing concern is how to maintain the manufacturing structure we have in this winter, next winter, in a situation with skyrocketing energy prices and still the possibility of a real scarcity of natural gas that could have a significant effect. But that's not your question. So if I look at the era of great transition, and if I look at the different potentially disruptive drivers that are there, I think the main challenge is that all these processes are at the same time. It's not that we can think about one thing and then about the other. They're all at the same time, and there's very much interaction and interdependencies between these drivers. So the main project of the current government was, or should have been, decarbonization. So not only decarbonization, but how to demonstrate that strong manufacturing in a decarbonized world is possible. So here we need a lot of actually changes in industrial policy. That's in Germany traditionally industrial policy was more horizontal industrial policy, so making or providing better investment opportunities for everyone. And so here we are definitely getting more sectoral, more vertical. The other big driver, digitization. I mean, there's so many interactions between decarbonization and digitization. You need a lot of digital know-how and products to be better and more carbon friendly. But while the main problem in decarbonization is that there's still a need of a framework for a governmental framework to support transformation of industries like steel, for example, or aluminium or chemical industry. In terms of digitization, yes, there's a lot of debate about regulation and infrastructure, but the most pressing point for companies is that many of them don't really know what their future business case will look like. That's especially true in the medium-sized companies, and that's nothing government can provide for someone. So that's probably a big risk. The third one the third driver is demographic change. So we are losing about 10% of our labor force or labor supply in the next decade. And again, as many in the decade afterwards, just because we are getting older and more people, the baby boomers are going out of the labor market. And every company, meanwhile, has the experience that they can't find the people they need. There's labor scarcity, qualified labor, but that's more or less everywhere, meanwhile. And if you don't have the people with the right digital qualifications, it's difficult to become a digital company. And if you don't have the people who should, I don't know, build things that provide energy more efficiently or that insulate your houses because the people are not there, then you are slower than you could be in progress in terms of decarbonization. And I think the big underlying risk is a fourth one, deglobalization. If we talk about innovation and about competition, we have to rely on global structures and on the merits of globalization, especially Germany, as Germany is one of the most open economies among the industrialized world. And we have many companies that are so specialized that they really need the global, so these medium-sized, family-owned, 1, 2, 3 billion turnover a year, the backbone of the economy. It's not the big brands. It's those companies, and they are often very specialized and need the global markets to be successful there. And that, in the end, leads to well, many topics regarding deglobalization, reorganization of value chains. In terms of China, and Robert has addressed China earlier, I think that the German position and the European position has changed significantly over the last couple of years. While China was a trading partner 5 or 10 years ago, and a big market and a big production location, it became more and more, well, it's maybe still a partner, but it's also became more and more a rival. And we see that not, well, partly in the business community, but much more in the political area.
Okay, thank you. I think it's really, that was a really interesting point because manufacturing industry is central to both German and Korean economy, but the way we think about these issues are there's a sort of difference due to the composition of that sector. So now let's move on to Italy. Pietro, would you like to?
Thank you, indeed.
Yeah.
You know, if Canada and Mexico are the little brothers of the U.S., we are the little sister of Germany here. Has been the little sister of Germany for the past 100 years. Not sure about the results. But let me start, first of all, with the, with a word. You say great transition, and I'm always doubtful when you have these buzzwords. And, it's more media words. You were right, Hubertus, when you were talking earlier about everything is happening at the same time, so probably should be in the era of the Murphy Law, when everything goes wrong, it can only go wrong. And we actually are in that part. And if we want to add something to the title of our discussion, it's not so much of the industrial innovation and trade, but is the energy policies that we need to do the industry and the innovation and trade. And today in Europe, we cannot, talk about this if we're not talking about how to produce our energy, because Germany, Italy, any other country in Europe, except probably France, for a certain extent, we're totally not independent on energy production. We don't have our own energy, and we are interdependent. And this has been a great result of globalization, but all of a sudden we realized that some of the partners that we had were not reliable anymore, or for some reason were not reliable, or geopolitically could not be reliable for us, because we have to consider all the aspects around the energy crisis. It's not just because of Russia and Ukraine, but this has been around for a while. It was with Libya, it was with Nigeria. There always been some geopolitical interest, and they have to be considered. And I can only follow Hubertus, and my life is even easier because and Stefano here, that could represent Italy probably better than me as well. we're lucky because we change government every year, so we don't have a policy, so there's actually not very much to talk about. But this is an issue, in a way. And at the same time, luckily, we have an European issue in the sense that most of the innovation and industrial policies are also driven or also pillars of the European industrial and innovation policies. But if I talk about the energy, and I'm not going into details, obviously during the past 2 years we have experienced something big that was not just driven by the pandemic, but it was driven, what was mentioned earlier about the supply chain bottlenecks. This has been around for a while, and it's enough that you have a small strike in London or in Taiwan or here in Korea that you have disruption all along the supply chain. So what we have experienced in the past years, and not only because of the pandemic and not only because of the conflict in Ukraine, is the disruption of the supply chains. And this disruption of the supply chain has very much affected small, medium enterprises. The question is how governments are reacting to that. And the answer is that governments are not reacting to that in Europe. They're trying to react on that. But since we are 27 different entities, putting us together, and I think about the energy cap, for instance, the cap on the price of gas, that is a demonstration, it's very hard to find a common policy on that respect. So my focus is mostly on trade, and I can tell you that on trade, we aim to achieve resiliency, but we don't have policies for resiliency. So if you ask me, how are you dealing with supply chains? I honestly don't know, but I am very much impressed that small, medium enterprises that are, what Uberto said earlier, the ground of Italian economy have survived for the past 2 years The issues, though, is that there has been, and I disagree with what Rob said on the focus exclusively on China, the anti-globalization movement or the deglobalization movement is not just because of China, but because of certain mechanisms during the very fast globalization or the speed of globalization didn't work out. And now in Europe, as I assume in Sweden or other countries, there is a sort of refusing of this globalization and a need to rethink globalization. And this is something that probably as Gtipa we have to take as a challenge. It's not refusing it, but is to rewrite the future of globalization. Otherwise, those small, medium enterprises wouldn't be able to survive, as Uberto said correctly. If they don't export, they don't have an internal market. We are too small for an internal market. So all our small, medium enterprises were lucky enough to have a global market where to export products that otherwise wouldn't be sold. And if I just think, since we're in Korea, our trade with Korea, if I think about Italy, is double. We export to Korea around 6 billion in goods, mostly manufacturing, and we only import 3 billion or 3-point-something billion. So it's basically a double exchange. So this is telling us that we need the globalization. The problem is that most recent governments are opposing that idea of globalization, and when we think about trade, is more we need to produce internally. The question is, can we produce internally? And I'm very happy that Aaron earlier mentioned we produce very much in terms of commodities, and Canada is a great exporter, probably the greatest exporter together with Ukraine of grain, wheat. Yeah. And if I think about 2 years ago, Italy was one of the greatest importer of Canadian grain, but suddenly, because of an anti-globalization movement, basically pushed by the farmers, for 1 year we imported 0 grain from Canada because of the idea of glyphosate that is used by Canadian farmers. Then suddenly Italy realized, oh, we don't have the grain sufficient to produce our famous pasta. So again, we went back and we started exporting from Canada. This is a demonstration that we need a global trade, but at the same point, we also need some arguments that as an alliance, we should bring to our governments or ever-changing governments, and to find the valid reasons why we need a free trade and why we need a global trade.
Okay, great, thank you. I think, like Pietro mentioned, these problems have been present before COVID and war in Ukraine ever happened, and it's now we take time to seriously think about recalibrating globalization, and that's what we're going to do in afternoon sessions as well. But since they both mentioned energy crisis, I think this is a nice segue to ask Australian view. That how do they perceive this development? Do they think of it as an opportunity? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, this energy thing, I'm sure, is one of the most talked about in the last 6 months. As far as Australia is concerned, definitely very natural resource-rich country, a lot of gas, then also coal, and very almost produces 80-90 million metric tons of LNG. So the new government, Albanese government, have been pushing hard on renewable energy. And as far as the global energy crisis is concerned, Australia's main market is China, South Korea, Japan, not Europe. So at this point, responding to the crisis, which is fundamentally emanating from Europe, Australia has been expanding. I mean, from somewhere between 40 to 50 million last year, the coal export jumped to 90 million. Now, I would like to push the boundaries a little bit because this whole energy issue has big time exposed the whole, fallacy or myopic political leadership we have had, the price of which today Europe is paying. If you remember, when 80s, 90s, during the Reagan years and Margaret Thatcher was in Downing Street, all Europe, including UK, rebuked the Reagan administration for suggesting not to build this pipeline with Russia. Because Soviet Union was collapsing, everyone was thinking they'll be happily forever. So today, with all respect to my European friends, it is the price you're paying for your short-sightedness. You had first lesson, 2008, Georgia. You had second lesson, Crimea, 2014. You wasted 14 years to let Putin build up his reserve and today take the war to Ukraine. Now you're running around Israel, Turkey, UAE, asking them to pump up their barrels. Nobody's listening to you. Even if President Biden went to Middle East, came back zero. Rather, Saudis have joined to cut down production, meaning America's influence on energy market is waning. Everybody will look into their own interest. Even Saudis, who Americans took for granted, are no longer there, nor is UAE. Whole lesson is, you have taken the Russians too lightly. You have taken your own interests too seriously. And very recently, interestingly, Indian foreign minister made a comment, which I think is interesting. He said, Europe's problem is that their problem is everybody's problem, and everybody's problem is not their problem. I'm being very frank with you. So you had 2008, you had 2014, you did nothing. So today looking into Turkey or UAE or Israel or Australia is running around like a headless chicken. I'm being very blunt about it. Now tell me how many in this room genuinely believe for today's energy crisis, it is solely only Russia is responsible. Please raise hand. How many believe today Russia is solely only responsible?
Not even European.
None.
So you see we're not so bad.
I mean, that's the reality. The reason I was pushing the boundaries, the moment Russia choked off 80% of its Nord Stream 1, energy prices shot up more than 200%. Today, 770 million people don't have access to electricity. So it's a big time crisis we are heading. And there is no immediate end in sight. Last April, there was a meeting of gas producing countries in Doha, which Qatar convened. And they could not come with a solution because it's a long-term investment. And nobody's convinced that this long-term 10, 20 years investment will lead to that kind of return. So for the first time, we're in a very real, big-time geopolitical reality with a product which drives our life, energy. So I'm sure in the second round but one thing I would suggest for the Gtipa, we are talking about industry innovation, but I think given also in the initial remarks in the morning session, Stephen particularly, I would draw your attention. We need to plug in energy, environment, climate change in one form or the other, because they're very intertwined, and even all the new technologies are directed in that direction. So we must find a way to encapsulate these three areas in the discussions we have going forward in the future GTIPA summits. So those will be my initial remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your current view on the situation and suggestion for future research. Now let's move on to Taiwan's perspective. As a economy built has a similar structure to Korea, what are you guys most concerned about, and how are you dealing with this?
Yes, thank you very much. As the Korean speaker in last session said that when two powers, two giants fight, Korea is caught in the middle because Korea is a small fish. And Taiwan is even a smaller fish because we are half the size of population of Korea. So I'll mention about 4 challenges facing Taiwan since 2020. 2 old ones and 2 emerging or 2 new ones. The first emerging or new challenge is, of course, the escalation of geopolitical tension between U.S. and China. And on the national level, U.S. and China are Taiwan's most important and largest trading partner, as well as investment destination. And at firm level, especially for large listed company, they have either China or U.S. as their largest and second largest markets. So a lot of companies are actually shocked by all this escalation of tension in the past 3 years. And on the one hand, all these Taiwanese companies have large market share or large investment in China. They have to be very mindful and very careful dealing with these rising unfriendly measures and also protection measures by China, especially since a few years ago they decide to help support their own companies. We call it the rise of red supply chain. And also from time to time, China also have economic sanctions on Taiwan when they are not happy with what our government does. For example, they sanction forbids of imports of agriculture and fishery products, and also forbids of processed food from Taiwan to China. So that's one hand they have to deal with. On the other hand, all these companies have to be very cautious. The U.S. new measures, for example, there's a series of these very strong, comprehensive export controls towards China, and all these have some of these have made Taiwanese companies shocked because they are not prepared of this. So these are a dilemma that Taiwanese companies have felt. And however, we are actually doing this since the past 3 years because of since the U.S.-China trade rivalry, most of Taiwanese companies have tried to diversify their market and also try to have this relocation of supply chain. So in the past 3 years, we're seeing more and more returning of capacity from China back to Taiwan or to other parts of the world. So Taiwan itself also benefited from this relocation or returning home of this Taiwan investment. So actually in the past 3 years, our export, we face an export boom to the U.S. Okay, the U.S. 3 years ago is only about 9% or 8% of our market share, but right now it's about 15%. Right now it's the second largest export market for Taiwan. So we also thank for this new situation that made Taiwanese companies more alert and more aware of what is going on in front of them. However, we all say that all CEOs have to go back to school to learn this geopolitics and also politics. And of course, the second new challenge is this digital transformation, this green transformation. Our government has set the target for 2050 to become net zero. So most of these manufacturing companies have to deal with this. And then the two old or two existing challenges are two concentrations that need two diversification. The first concentration is we focus so much much in the past 2 decades, ICT and electronic and supply chain. That accounts for more than 40% of our total industrial output and also for our export. And right now, we need to find more potential sectors for our economic growth. The government has identified several potential sectors, including the EV, including biotechnology. However, it takes time for this new potential sector to grow. And the second overconcentration is the overconcentration of our export market. We depend on China for 40% of our total export. And we don't think that kind of dependence will decline anytime soon. However, we still have problem trying to explore other market. The U.S. is a very important market. We are now looking more to the European market, Latin American market, as well as African market. But you know that Taiwan has a lot of problem trying to access to this economic integration. So our export directly from Taiwan actually face a lot of tariff barriers as well as non-tariff barriers. And we applied for the membership of the CPTPP September last year, but we don't think the time for us to join this CPTPP will come anytime soon. So that focus on this market actually is part of the challenges for Taiwan, and the government has come up with a lot of diversification measures and programs to help Taiwanese company to look into market beyond China and beyond U.S. For that, we actually create a lot of partnership with this domestic market, domestic economy, and domestic partners, including we have a lot of new partnership with African countries and also with Latin American, because these two continents also are receiving some relocation of supply chain, especially by Taiwanese company, away from China, away from Southeast Asia to Latin America to Africa. So we see these are challenges, but also it brings up a lot of opportunities for Taiwan to not only for Taiwan's own economy, but also for Taiwan to work with all these partners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think although they're not here with us, I think China gives a lot of things to think about for us, and we'll continue this discussion on the second stage. So since we've touched on in the broad level what each country worry about elaborately, let's move on to I prepared specific question to each country, but due to time constraint, if you can't make a concise response, I'll much appreciate it. So we'll touch on trade issues first, and then we'll go back to industrial policy, then and energy security issue. So first, since we've talked about China, I mean, the trade dispute between China and U.S. Changed the trade landscape and other economic landscape, and these changes accelerated after supply chain disruption after COVID, and the U.S. government's response to that, likes of IRAs, kind of raising concerns of small fish like Korea and Taiwan, and in your opinion, where this trade dispute is going to, in terms of direction, and how should other countries respond to these changes? I think this is a big question, but yeah, if you can.
So I think that there's two pieces of the answer there. One is the approach of the Biden administration to trade, and I think it's important to keep in mind for overseas partners. So he comes from Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is sort of a blue-collar town. He has very close ties going back decades with the labor movement, and I think there's a perception, pretty well founded, that a lot of the political disruptions we saw going back to when Trump was elected stem from sort of inequities and unbalances created, I think, in the view of the administration and some others, because of trade. Now, you can say that's right or wrong, but a lot of that has really focused primarily on China. It's not only a China question, but if you take China out of the equation in terms of how U.S. manufacturing was disrupted, it's almost entirely a China question. So we have, I think from the inception of the administration, Buy America, and I think that's really pretty embedded into their thinking. They made very clear early on. I was part of a pretty large advisory team around trade for Biden during the election, and that team said, well, we're not going to consider any new trade agreements, period, at least for a long time to come. So trade really is sort of a secondary priority. You're not seeing any new proposals for any new trade agreements. A lot of people would like to see us join CPTPP. That's not going to happen anytime soon as the administration focuses on domestic employment, domestic manufacturing, and all of that. And of course, the CHIPS Act is a part of that. So I don't think you can expect any big change there, and that of course affects some of the incentives, in the Inflation Reduction Act about investment, in the U.S., who's going to benefit from that. So I don't think you can expect much change there. On China, I don't think we can expect much change either. Some people thought there might be some softening when Biden came in. In fact, all the tariffs that were there from the Trump era are in place. There's no sign that those are going to be removed any time soon. We have restrictions through the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. on Chinese inbound investment. Those are continuing to be expanded, and the resources for enforcement are continuing to be expanded. Export controls are being expanded with new controls extended deeper into the semiconductor sector for exports of U.S. technology or equipment or chips to China. There's the entities list of companies in China that have security ties or ties to the PLA that are a no-go zone. That list is being expanded. And then in the new Congress, I think there's every reason to believe that more restrictions will be coming. Whether it's a Democratic Congress, Democratic House or Senate, or Republican or mixed, I think there's enough of an agreement between the parties that this is a road the U.S. needs to go down. So I think when you think about what happens in the next 2 years after the election in a couple of weeks, I think there's more of that to come. And I think what happened last week in the Party Congress doesn't give us anything to hang on to about any likely change in Chinese policies that would give the U.S. a hook to kind of back off on some of this. So I think from the standpoint of overseas partners, I think you'll have to find a way to deal with kind of the Buy America philosophy in the current administration. And I think there's only going to be a further tightening on technology relations with China and no softening on the tariffs or other trade issues. And I think, again, that's going to keep those issues on the table that were discussed earlier about how our allies and friends manage through that.
Okay, thanks for giving the overview of what's changing in policy standpoint of view. And now let's move on to Mexico because, given proximity to the U.S. and a lot of effort has been to reshuffle the supply chain network after, COVID-19. And Mexico, although there hasn't been much response from federal level, but there has been some movement locally. And is this development seen as a opportunity for Mexican economy? Carolina?
Yes. So yes, for Mexico right now, the most important relationship is with the U.S. Using the platform of the USMCA, as one of the mechanisms to take advantage of that cooperation. But besides the USMCA, there have been, tons of cooperation agreements between the U.S. and Mexico to support the development of supply chains. And so right now we're seeing two things. First is how this cooperation is supporting everything that is related to e-commerce, digital trade. I think it's one of the important things for Mexico. There are like like clusters that are, very oriented to that sector, and for Mexico represents a big opportunity for, how to foster economic development, and also it's a great opportunity. It's a sector that can be developed from the local perspective, right? So and so we're seeing right now that there is a lot of cooperation of the U.S. Like regarding that, especially to take advantage of the Article 19 of the USMCA. So that's one thing. And the other thing is like, with these other agreements I was talking about, that's mainly supported by the U.S. like direct bilateral cooperation, is like they are trying to support also like the supply chains, but local supply chains, but they are like not necessarily the ones that are already, established. Like, when we talk about states, we're Nuevo León or Jalisco or also Baja California are like, the main ones, but they are trying to see like other types of supply chains at the local level, and that cooperation right now is mainly focused on local supply chains in the south. So we're talking about Oaxaca, Tabasco, other states, but even though it sounds like a great opportunity, it's a great idea, we're seeing like a lot of money coming to support those supply chains. The main question right now is whether these supply chains are going to create impact, are going to, and what type of supply chains are we supporting, right? Mm-hmm. Because the south of Mexico, one of the main characteristics of the south of Mexico, it's, the lack of trained workforce, and the value that can, be added by these supply chains is like very low. So that's a challenge, because we don't want, this big idea, this good idea to be, just a waste of money. And so, again, that's the main question, how we can still, support in those supply chains, like with this bilateral cooperation in the south, but also at the same time create, employment, and also to create a better environment for investment. And so, yeah, again, it's important. I think USMCA and the direct cooperation with the US, but there are like so many challenges that we need to be addressed so it can create value, right? So, yeah.
Okay, I think the development in USMCA, I think it's definitely a first step of, taking advantage of this situation. Now, speaking of, forming a new trade partnership, there has been recent development of IPEF, I think, in that in IPEF, Australia and Southeastern Asia is expected to take a big role forming that partnership. How are they seeing this recent development of IPEF, Dr. Karshan?
Thank you. Of course, this is a significant trading bloc representing almost these countries combined, these 13 countries combined, almost represent 40% of global GDP, 30% of global trade, and 60% of global population. And largely it is seen, perceived as a sort of trying to contain China's sphere of influence in the region. And China, as you know, has been building this over decades and has very strong ties with ASEAN countries, South Asian countries, even with countries which China may not see eye to eye, like India and others. It has very strong trade relations. Now, the fundamental issue here is, or the elephant in the room is, America has been losing a lot of reliable friends in the last 2 decades. Because in economic relations, China, given the nature of the government, it's a one-party state, authoritarian regime, it's easy to maintain the direction of their policies. While in US, you have this, like in any other democracy. But what happened in the last 8 years with Trump coming and going, the sort of disruptions that was seen has really shaken the core of confidence of a lot of US allies in the region. So the concern here, even traditional allies like Singapore or Philippines or Thailand, who America used to more or less take under its fold, is no longer happening anymore because these countries have become very well entrenched with Chinese trade investment, and even smaller countries like Cambodia, Laos have very solid Belt and Road Initiative investment. So as much as this pact has potential, it largely and quite significantly depends on continuity of US policies and strategies in the region. For example, if there's a change of power in next US election, and there's an negative reversal of policies, like US getting out TPP, next time around, you won't be counting the Asians to come on board. So this is the reality. So first, let me be cautiously optimistic about this whole alliance, because America is building both trade and military alliance parallelly, while China is building singularly mostly on economic front and is very well entrenched now. So to be able to match and overcome, we'll need sustained commitment effort spanning over decades, not just one administration coming for 4 years, then someone coming and tearing it apart and starting new. So I'll be very frank, this alliance is very important, has huge unexplored potential, but largely depends on the country leading US, and which unfortunately in recent past has not been very consistent. So China has the upper edge, that's the reality. And if you look at RCEP, how China has effectively even brought in countries like Australia or in certain cases India, which otherwise has a lot of not so favorable relationship with. Chinese have outsmarted America in economic diplomacy. That's the reality. For America, it's now a catch-up game. So how far they will do remains to be seen in the next at least a decade. That would be my initial response. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a lot of Asian countries have strong ties to China in terms of economics, so it's hard to move around it with this current change. I think that's a good point. So for the last issue on trade, let me go back to Christy. And you mentioned that because of Chinese change of policy, the factories of semiconductor companies like TSMC has been moving factories back to Taiwan, but they're on demand from Japan or US, providing them large tax benefits to build companies in their country. How is this development viewed in Taiwanese government, and is there any worry that that might potentially disrupt the supply chain stability of semiconductor in Taiwan?
Thank you very much for that question, because semiconductor is almost mentioned in every seminar. It is quite ironic because about a year or a year and a half ago, Taiwanese people were so proud of our TSMC and so proud of our semiconductor development, and also people talk about this silicon shield. But in the past few months, and then we began to hear people, especially the American, saying that we rely too much on TSMC and it's very dangerous for very dangerous for U.S. And then it's better that U.S. will depend on South Korea. So we'd rather hear that the U.S. or other people, other countries will say that we will work with Taiwan to make sure that evasion will not happen. Okay, so the semiconductor has become a global issue now, and the TSMC has already set up beginning their construction of the factory in Arizona and also in Japan. However, I don't think that will hurt Taiwan's access to or Taiwan's stable of a supply chain, because Taiwan is actually manufacturing and export supply a semiconductor for the global world, not only for Taiwan. And for example, I just had a number before COVID. Taiwan's fabrication actually we accounted like 75% of global market, and for IC design, it's our market share is about 20%, and for assembly, testing, and packaging is about 58% global wide. So actually, it's for global market. market instead for Taiwan market. And having said that, having all these companies, whether on voluntary basis or they are invited to invest in other countries, I think it's better because they are going directly to the destination market. Okay, the U.S. and also Japan are actually a very important market for TSMC and for other Taiwanese companies. So they are actually diversifying and go directly to the destination market. And also, it's also important for semiconductor because they feel so comfortable at Taiwan because we have the most completed ecosystem in Taiwan. It's most cost-effective operation. But right now they have to deal with all this new environment and new sentiment. I think they need to go outside. But I think it also needs to understand, especially for the host country, that just fabrication is not enough because you also need to have, for example, you need to have the downstream industry. For example, for the U.S., TSMC is not alone. It's not the only thing you need. Also need to have packaging and testing, etc. So we would appreciate that if there are more discussion on how Taiwan can work with the U.S. and other countries in terms of relocation or in terms of developing the whole supply chain instead of just having TSMC to build a factory there. Because only build a factory in the U.S. or in Japan will not be enough to have these countries to have their supply chain, not to mention to have the ecosystem. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's really great point. I think this current policy benefit has to take into account whole industry supply chain instead of just final manufacturer. I think that's a really good point. So let's move on to, I think we're a little bit running short on time, but industrial policy. So we'll keep talking about China, but it's inevitable. With Chinese manufacturing industry growing rapidly, competition within that industry is intensifying. South Korean government is worried about this development, trying to preserve competitiveness of our companies. For Germany, is there any response to this development? Or how are they trying to keep the competitiveness of German manufacturing companies?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So first of all, one part of the answer is that political risks are much more in the center of debates in politics and in companies as well. And that's of course a reaction on the supply problems during COVID. It's especially a reaction on what's happening with Russia. The logic in the past was that there's not a one-sided dependency, but an interdependency, like a tit-for-tat game that no one can break up without enormous costs. And so no one, I mean, there's always one, but there was no real expectation that this tit-for-tat would be broken up and that Russia would invade Ukraine. It's looking backwards, it's well, man, it seems easy to say should have done better, but that was the logic before. The same logic is true, and the question is, what does it mean when we look at China and dependencies? Russia couldn't afford to stop or to have energy imports, coal, oil, and gas to Europe stopped, but they took the risk anyway. And China couldn't afford to stop trade with the Western world. But does that give enough security or not? So that's something that is very much well discussed and sometimes dominating the debates about global trade and the German or European position there. Regarding China, the next topic is then identifying, better understanding how that system really works, where are the market distortions created by China and how to address them. We don't have a very good, neither theoretical nor empirical foundation about an understanding about what does it mean if two different economic systems playing different rules cooperate or trade, and what that really means, and what requires and justifies intervention into market processes. So at least from the European side, market processes. So and then we are in investment controls and discussing about controlling investments in China, and of course investments from China in Germany or Europe. We're talking about subsidy control and so on. And then the third point is of course horizontal industrial policy. So making investments in Germany and Europe more interesting or more attractive. So the main problems are traditionally high taxes, high labor prices, high energy prices. Germany has never been a country with cheap energy, but now it became even more expensive. And the strengths are there's qualified personnel. I mentioned that will become more difficult or has become more difficult. So one reaction is qualification, another reaction is immigration, a third reaction is trying to expand working times. One advantage is infrastructure, and the government is finally took the challenge or took the measures to invest sufficient, or well, maybe not sufficiently, but almost sufficiently in our infrastructure. And one very important point is innovation, of course. And we have a pretty good innovation infrastructure with that specific, and it has been mentioned earlier, specific innovation system we have in Germany. And I think that's a point where, government isn't maybe not doing enough right now, but that's one of the big strengths, and that should be fostered.
Okay, thanks for your response. I think energy, like you mentioned, is a big problem for many of us, and we'll come back to you, Aaron, in the final question, how to deal with the current situation. But before we do that, let's go to Italy. So Italy also is similar to Korea in a sense that it's based on strong manufacturing sector, and it's surprising that you mentioned that small and medium-sized companies have been doing relatively well without any policy responses by federal government. But what kind of policy responses do you wish that federal government have taken to address this issue?
Thanks, Young. I have to say that I really admire Sean and Christy and also Carolina, because they were straight to the question. But Syed, as I think he should be in the global panel later on, and I will join too, because he mentioned, and I cannot avoid to, let's say, I wouldn't say respond to that, but agree in a way. It's true that Europe has, allied with the wrong people, I would say, but they were good people at the moment that we made the deal in terms of the energy. We have been always, our welfare, our richness is based on exploitation of others. This is a colonialism, it's been around for centuries. But I wouldn't go, because I don't think we deserve this in the discussion here, I wouldn't go into the geopolitical reasons, because otherwise I think I will be expelled by the alliance, because we cannot, this is not Ukraine, Russia, come on, that's a bullshit for the media, let's be honest. It's much more in there. There are the US, there is Germany, there is the Nord Stream 2 that was not just going from Russia somewhere, it was going from Germany to Russia and from Russia to Germany. So there's a lot in this at stake, but we can discuss this in another occasion. Coming finally to your question, that I think it deserves more time, but we don't have apparently. The issue with our small medium enterprises system is that, going back to what was on the previous slide by Rob, small is beautiful. This has been the religion, not the philosophy, the religion for the past 30 years. And we realized that small companies can compete at a global stage, but today they need to scale up. And so the main issue is that small, medium enterprises cannot scale up, at least in the Italian ecosystem, and I would say in many European regions. That's why globalization is good, because we got a lot of Chinese investment, a lot of US private equities coming in, and some of these companies finally got rid of their founders the fathers, their grandfathers, and managers came in. And this is also good, a result of education, business schools. A lot of Italians, third generation, went to school, and they're happy to sell off their companies, go on holidays, and enjoy their money. And these companies are finally run by managers. And this is something that is part of globalization, but still, many in Europe, many in Italy don't agree politically with this, because it means losing the control of Italian firms. And then again, we can discuss about who should control Italian companies, China, the US, what's their policy behind, and so on and so forth. But there are certain challenges that need to be addressed. One, as was mentioned earlier, is the digital transformation. Hard to transform small, medium enterprises into digital companies or into the automation, although as also was a discussion at the Gtipa in Milano, Italy has been great in automating the medium-sized company, hard for the small-sized company. We have, and Hubertus was perfectly right, a big issue with demography. And today, with what in the US you call, using the same buzzword as great transition, quiet quitting. A lot of people are quitting, and companies are really having a hard time to find educated talents. There is a problem of green transition. Here it's great transition, but we can call it the green transition. And the problem with green transition is how this company can move into the next wave of green energy. And we go back to the point earlier. We depended on Russia, but if we move into the renewable, we will depending on the sun, on the wind, that so far are free, free of charge, so far. But somebody will colonize the sun soon. But there is still a problem. We depend on China because solar panels, tell me a company that is producing solar panels outside of China, not even Tesla, I guess. And the same with batteries and the same with windmills. So if we move in that direction, it means we leave Russia and we leave Qatar and we end up into the hands of China, okay? Or we move to a hydrogen, and that will make Korea happy because you guys are very advanced in that. So these are some of the questions that policymakers should address. There is, though, one problem when we talk about policies, and I go back to Rob's initial statement, is that Europe, unfortunately, most of the legislation in Europe, in Germany, in Italy, in France, come from Europe today. More than 75, 80% are coming from Europe. But in Europe, we don't really have a parliament-government relationship. We have a commission that makes directives that the parliament can amend for a certain extent. So as long as we don't solve this mechanism that nobody's really talking about, then we will have a small group, an elite, Hegelian elite of people that will try to solve these problems based on politically correctness, based on ideology, and we see this on data or artificial intelligence, but also on food systems. And they will then pass to the parliament. And the parliament today is a parliament that lives in an abstract world where the real problem is driving a bike or riding a bike downtown in Amsterdam without polluting, without realizing that in a way the transition has a cost. We can move to clean energy, but still, that will take a long time. And it will take a lot of investments in even better clean energy. Because if we think about today hydrogen is here. Europe should move to something that is not even here, that is really in the future, if we want to be competitive. Because again, if we just focus on solar and wind, that's not new. That's not a revolution. It's something that anybody else is doing. Probably Korea is doing even better. So what Italy and Europe and Germany and the 27, probably England as well, should do is to think about the next policies. But again, the question is, can a commission full of bureaucrats make these policies?
Yeah. Okay, I think that's a very insightful point. I think we all agree that we eventually have to go to renewable energy, but there is this matter of transitioning into that. And currently, we're trying to scramble for securing energy. And Canada, as one of countries blessed with natural resources and energy sources, is there any current development of Canadian government with other countries to get that energy partnership going?
Yeah, much delayed, unfortunately. I'll be quick. I know that we're running late for lunch. We talked on the panel a bit today about, and I agree with the panel that Russia is not solely responsible for the energy crisis, but the effect of Russia's invasion in Ukraine, it moved the idea of energy security from this sort of abstract long-term problem to an immediate tangible problem. And that's certainly true in Europe. It's certainly true overnight. The debate in Canada changed from, do we shape energy policy solely around emissions reductions, or do we have to balance that with the needs of not only our own people, but our friends and partners. And this is where I think Canada, which is a country that often spends a lot of time looking around at other countries enviously saying, well, why can't we have the entrepreneurship of America or the welfare state of Europe or the industrial cultural policy success of Korea? Meanwhile, we've sort of neglected our energy sector. And now that the world's come calling for help, we recently had leaders of Germany and Korea come to Canada and basically say, what can you help us with? And the problem is it takes time to build that infrastructure. So that's bad news for our European friends because it's going to take 5 years before we're prepared to start shipping this to Europe. That finally looks like it will happen, but it's much delayed. The better news for our Asian partners is we'll probably be ready in a year and a half. So finally we're getting there. The other challenge is just a lack of reliability. Having spoken with our other partners, Canada is a country that talks a big game but doesn't deliver on its commitments. So it's great that we have all these resources, but if we can never get them to our partners, people start to say, well, why should we bother dealing with you? And that's the consequence of several administrations sort of just not managing to get it done. So hopefully, with this LNG terminal coming online in 2 years, that finally puts that to rest and be good for Canada. And I think it would be good for the rest of the world that in that intervening time, as you say, as the world transitions, that we can be one of the key partners in supplying the rest of the world with energy in the meantime.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I think there's one point that...
I'll be very quick. As much as I respect the wit and intellect of my friend Pietro, I respectfully disagree. We are a global alliance. We are supposed to talk about global issues. And energy is a global product. So we cannot talk about one singular country without tying into what's happening overall, number one. Secondly, I agree with him. European Commission is a difficult area to work in when you need consensus of 27 countries. And as a well-wisher of Europe, I would just say that unless this bureaucracy finds a way, the risk is you might have more Brexits in the years to come. Because already you're seeing what's happening with Hungary. You're seeing restless other countries. So as much as we respect the European values, Europe is under a lot of stress. Even with our Polish friends, yesterday I was seeing how Poland is coping with this migrant crisis, but Europe has not been able to come together. So at some point, with all our goodwill towards Europe, I'm sure they will find a way to work. But I disagree there's global issues. We are a global alliance, so we're supposed to talk about global issues. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think, unfortunately, we are over time, so this concludes the first session, but we'll continue this conversation in the afternoon session, so please join us after your lunch. We'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Introduction. As already informed by the MC, we have only 45 minutes given. So I'll give each of the 5 speakers 8 minutes max for their presentation and leave 5 minutes for a very short Q&A. Without much further ado, let me start with Syed Munir Khasru.
Thank you. I think someone, yeah, okay, great. Who controls the slides? Oh, is this the one?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Basically, I'll talk about industrial innovation policies as crossroads. Particularly, I've been requested to speak mostly focusing on Australia. So, of course, in course of my deliberation, some of the things cross-cutting will come in any case. We touch bases other countries, other continents. So given the time constraint, let's try to move on. As you know, Australia is a very mineral resource-rich country. And historically, it has mostly extracted and exported to its Asian neighborhood, lithium, cobalt, and so on. But now, increasingly, the shift in focus in technology and SME, because Australia realizes Particularly, as you know, this COP 26, Australia had made some commitment for net zero emission by 2050. So which will means it has to decrease reliance on many of the fossil fuel sources of energy, which the government is trying to redirect towards SMEs and technologies. Moving on. Yeah. So one of the things they're trying to focus on is service industry, so which is now 80% of the economy, and also other high value added exports, pharmaceutical, medical technology. And as you know, given its core strength in mining and other industries, it makes a good amount of money from mining technology and equipment. And another emerging industry is service industry in the legal, media, and business system. I'll give you a quick snapshot of the industries so that later on I can sort of explain what are the policy implications they're having. So I'm not going to spend too much time on things probably people already know or quite self-evident in the slides I'm showing. I would rather focus on the policy part. Now, these are the three bedrock of current industrial policy. And as you can see, for your convenience, I've highlighted yellow so that at least you can capture the essence. First is the SME focus, capacity building of SMEs, bridging the information gap, making them more up to speed with the digital platform. Second is the Venture Australia, making more funds available for tech setups, and also focusing on life science, biomedical, medical device, where Australia has a good track record. They're trying to scale it up. Then the commercialization Australia, meaning Australian government is taking a more proactive policy to push the industrial products into the international market. So we are seeing more and more public-private cooperation in the industrial sphere moving onward, particularly of the last election, May, when the Labour government come in, the Albanese government, they've been pushing hard to sort of take Australia more into the regional Asia-Pacific and international trade more actively, aggressively than before. They're trying to cut down reliance on very dependent on natural resource-rich exports, fundamentally basically on gas, LNG, coal. Innovation. One is the tax thing, so more incentive on R&D, any company putting in money for R&D. And then you see the cooperative research, basically trying to bring university, academic industries into closer cooperation. And if some of you who follow Australia may have seen, one of the recent innovations is the cochlear hearing implant, like new devices they invented for hearing aid, just to give you an example. And also, the recent budget has seen more fund allocation for new tech setups. Last one is industry innovation precincts and innovation network. Again, more and more collaboration between industry, business, government, so that it's a more coherent, multi-stakeholder approach as opposed to what used to happen in the past. We had few set up industries which were the dominant. So now it's more spread out across the whole industrial landscape. Now, what are the policy challenges? One of the things is, as expected, energy costs have gone up, so have transportation costs. And Australia, one of the interesting things is the labor productivity has been very flat. It has not improved in last 10 years, which is a cause of concern. Then the climate change, Australia is the 14th largest greenhouse gas emitter, and per capita emission is highest because the country population is not that big. And industry accounts for most of these emissions. And last not the least, Australia has a world-class education system, and after US and UK, and last year actually it took over UK as one of the most second largest source of education service provider. But what also has happened simultaneously, many of the basic things like maths and other, Australia has fallen behind. So there's no new focus on sort of putting the education sector more into track with some of the science, technology, those kind of discipline, math, so on and so forth. Policy recommendation. Historically, most of the money had gone to real estate. It's a huge country, as you can imagine. And this is one sector where people have always found it very lucrative. But now, banks are being more encouraged to loan to SMEs. And the current enterprise bargaining agreement is trying to link more productivity with pay. As I alluded to in the previous slide, the productivity has not really improved in the last 10 years. Then also the climate bill, which is trying to make more incentivized to use renewable energies. And that this government has made a policy statement in the very first week of its taking over power that they want to be the superpower of renewable energy. So they have taken it heads on. And there's a climate change authority based in Canberra. So they're working very strongly on trying the industrialization, innovation, technology, climate change, all stitched together. And again, government needs to start funding some of the universities because what has happened, while they have developed world-class education system, some of the core discipline, which is very much need of our science, technology, medical, they have not sort of grown as much as should have. So that has been the focus. So I'm sure I'm pretty much within 8 minutes. So 7, okay. So that I'll lend to him. So I'll be very.
2 minutes.
Oh, good.
2 more.
2 more minutes. No, fine. So that's more or less capturing the essence, and I'll be very happy to take any questions at the end, or I would rather give it to any of my friends who would like to speak more than 8 minutes. It's up to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Syed. Next is our friend from Sweden, Andreas Larsson.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk more about innovation policy. In Sweden, we don't push so much around industrial policy, I would say, and I'm not a trades guy. I'm not from economics side. I rather try to understand businesses, and then I work with people like who are economics. So forth. So I would just say students because you might wonder what kind of organization is that. So in 1983, the military was leaving the city of Uppsala. They had quite a large area where the military left, and we had 2 universities, but we made mustard, steel beams, and boots and stuff like that. But we had 2 high-class universities in a city of 300,000 people. So they put together a working group to try to make what the then governor had heard of Xerox PARC in Silicon Valley, and he said, why can't we have one? So they put together a team with the mayor, the vice chancellors, and business, and the Chamber of Commerce, and so forth, and they built the park. And this was in 1983, and that was quite a few years before we had the triple helix sort of setup. So from actually building the park, they realized that you need some kind of intersection. What happened fast forward was that if I would have more time, you could say that there were no actors in the intersection between academia, industry, and society. Nowadays in Sweden, we have a lot of different innovation offices at the university, TTO offices, and so forth. So we changed to be more of a policy insight, advice, but also show with projects like how you can contribute to sustainability and competitiveness. If I would have had a picture of Europe, we would be north of Hubertus, close to the Arctic Circle, where Sweden is. And if you know, many of you I know have visited Stockholm, very few know where Uppsala is in relationship to Stockholm. So it's a 38-minute train ride, and if you land in this international airport, you will land in Arlanda, which is in between. The interesting part of the greater metropolitan area of Stockholm is that if you look at knowledge-intensive activity, being academia or industry, almost 50% of the patents in Sweden are north of Stockholm, the tolls up to Uppsala. So you have the telecom cluster in Kista, which is close to the airport. You have the life science sector. You have 5 out of the 6 largest universities in Sweden in that stretch, and the business school is next to it. So you have Stockholm University, Royal Institute of Technology, Karolinska Institute, Uppsala University, and Swedish Agricultural Sciences University in Uppsala, which is, we try to paint the picture that economic activity is not equally distributed around Stockholm. It's rather north of it, which is very few know. Even Swedes don't know that. Okay, so on innovation policy, we've heard today, I took a few notes: rethink globalization, recalibrating, small fish, deglobalization, localization, protectionism. If you look at Sweden and South Korea, what do we have in common? Is that we are, as we have said, or we have said about Korea, small export-oriented economies with not much of a local own market. I was here the first time 12 years ago, and I remember when I visited the ministry, and it was a sign on the wall with a V-shaped, with birds, and it said, "We are fast followers." which I thought was pretty cool that you are that upfront with your strategy and knowing about it. And here in the plenary talk today, I was happy to hear that you also consider yourself a fast follower, because a lot of nations think they are leaders, but maybe they are having a follower strategy. So I think that's a very sound insight, and it also affects how you can create innovation policy. What else do we have in common? We're connected in global value chains, as we talked about, in manufacturing, but also I think in service offerings distributed around the world. And one thing I'm interested in is that we are both nations specialized in global innovation value chains, which means that we looked into, for instance, Swedish telecom companies. When you do R&D around the world, you do certain things in Sweden, usually headquarter function, early stage project leads of big projects. You do some parts maybe on the coast of China, some more inlands from China. You do some parts maybe in Korea, some parts in Montreal, in Canada, and so forth. And what the nation needs to know is, what is your country used for in those kind of more complex chains? Very few politicians understand that, which also means that how are you going to tailor the future of education if you don't know why, for instance, multinational companies are, what they do in each country. And we have quite little data on that. What challenges do we have in common? I think industry structure. Sweden has a tradition of many old, big companies in heavy engineering products, telecom, and so forth. And we have a few new powerhouses, but we have a hard time with the long table R&D and innovation. How do we make it stick in smaller countries? And with the current climate, I think one needs to think about that as well. So what could we do? One thing that I've paid more attention in the recent year is, I don't know if you've heard the term a dolphin, but a dolphin, if you think of cash flow, Sean and the people in Silicon Valley, you have a lot of dolphins. You dive deep because you need a lot of negative cash flow. You need to raise money. But then once it jumps more higher, and you have a higher multiplying effect than before. And that's hard for us. We don't have as much venture capital in Sweden, even though we have quite a few unicorns in recent years. But I think that we need some kind of dolphin strategy with deep tech. We have talked about AI and so forth. I think that's interesting to understand how value is added, and especially those kind of innovations. In terms of learning, of course, for us in Sweden, it's interesting to learn from South Korea. You have a more active industrial policy, I would say, than what we have, but we also have our way of structuring the university system and so forth. But we have a lot of in common, which means that others we can't really learn as well from, since we're small, open, specialized, which makes it interesting. So with that, I think that we could connect South Korea with the Uppsala Innovation Region and Stockholm, and of course on a national level as well. Thank you.
Wow, you're very good with the time given to you. Okay, next I'd like to invite our friend from India, Raja Katuriya.
Thanks, Kunjan, my old friend and conspirator in India-Korea dialogues. Before I speak, let me thank Stephen for the opportunity and honor of speaking in this panel. I think it's one. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but hopefully I should be able to touch on both the topics, trade policy and innovation policy and industrial policy. But we don't have in India, so I'll be speaking from a perspective of India, but of course it will have wider ramifications. And at the end, I will talk a little bit about innovation policy, which is, I think, in its infancy, but trade and industrial policy have pretty much been there for a long, long time. In fact, India's genesis was based on industrial policy. Post-independence, the economy was pretty much based on industrial policy. And so I'd take you through a very quick history, saying that we're talking about markets and innovation here. India had a sort of massive distrust of market economics and markets in the beginning. Post-independence, we were sort of large economy in the sense 250 million people. Today, 1.4 billion people going to overtake China. So where I'm coming from is this almost continental-sized proportion country which is trying to feel its way on how to treat markets. And that experience with markets has been good, hasn't been great, but has been good, partly of our own making because we distrusted the markets to start with. And therefore, there was a very intrusive and insidious industrial licensing policy in India, which gave licenses for production of almost everything, including, commanding heights, but also scooters and cars and two-wheelers, etc. That has been dismantled pretty much because of the experience of the 40, 50 years since independence. It was sort of liberalized in 1991. But the reason I'm touching on this is because, as I said, was the distrust of the markets, both in terms of what they would deliver. It was thought that they would deliver concentration of economic power, and the industrial licensing could avoid that. In fact, that is what industrial licensing actually delivered to us, was exactly the kind of thing we wanted to avoid, which is concentration of economic power and wealth in the hands of the few. And then, of course, rent-seeking became part and parcel of the Indian economy. And sort of there was extreme amount of inflation, fiscal imbalances, balance of payments crisis that happened as a result of all of this in 1991. Of course, I'm skipping over a lot of details in public intrusions into market economy, but in 1991 we liberalized and have liberalized. Pretty much it's gone in that direction. Trade policy and industrial policy has pretty much been reformed and liberalized, although there are some areas of concern. But what that did for the Indian economy was it gave very large periods of growth. And if you go back to what Rob said in the morning and what we've been hearing is that, the intrusion or the coming in of private capital, whether it was Indian or whether it was foreign, private capital had a huge impact on the economy in terms of its growth rate. The distribution issues are still, we are still suspect in how the market is delivered in terms of distribution. But, I am happy to talk about that in the Q&A session. But the markets delivered in terms of growth. Private investment was very productive, much more productive than public investment. And there was exports boomed in some sense. Because what happened was the backward integration improved with the result that the competitiveness of India's imports increased. And as sort of we headed towards the early part of this century and to the early parts of, let's say, post-financial crisis, what was clear was that India needed to liberalize imports to be able to export more, and that if we were to take off like the East Asian economies had done before us, we needed not only foreign direct investment, but we needed global markets much more than we had in the past. I think that realization that this was the time for India to reap the advantages of an open global economy, of globalization, the way China, Japan, Korea, and even the smaller East Asian economies had done, and it was our time. Unfortunately, what happened at that time was the global financial crisis, and the world moved into protectionism. Of course, there's a big debate about, how manifestation of protectionism in the world, it's no longer tariff barriers, it's pretty much non-tariff barriers, and even in tariff barriers, India has a long way to go. But that realization that we needed the world markets, that was a good realization for Indian policymakers. But unfortunately, two things happened. One, there was increasing protectionism that became visible, and two, the free trade agreements that India had signed with Korea, with Japan, with Malaysia, with Thailand, all of them resulted in current account deficits. And as I said, allow me some poetic license. I'm just giving you the broad macro results. And countries with which we did not have free trade agreements, which was with United States, Europe, UK, we were running current account surpluses with these countries. So the natural tendency for policymakers and politicians is, with countries that we don't have free trade agreements, we're doing well. With countries that we have trade agreements, we're doing badly. So have we negotiated these trade agreements well or not? And that was a complete misreading of what trade meant for the Indian economy, but it made political sense for them because what they wanted, what the politicians wanted, was make in India, produce in India, create jobs in India. you have a 450 to 500 million workforce for which you have to provide jobs. And jobs is a completely different story, which I'm not going to get into at all at the moment. But what has happened post-financial crisis is that we need the world, but we are now going to sort of do it on our terms. And we'll do it through incentives like PLI, which is production-linked incentives, invite foreign companies, worry a little bit about foreign content, but talk mostly about domestic content, increasing domestic content, and increasing domestic value added. So that's a fine balance one has to create, because we've increased sort of imports, and therefore exports have increased, which means the foreign value-added component of our exports has increased legitimately, because that's what China did, that's what South Korea did. And eventually, then you move to more domestic value-added as your industry becomes a little more competitive, infrastructure becomes better, your tax regime becomes competitive, administration becomes better. So that's where we are at today. We are having these production-linked incentives, inviting foreign investment to try and capture global markets. Now, I don't know what the outcome of this regime of production-linked incentives is going to be. It does not pick winners. Anybody can apply. There are 12 or 13 industries. But what has happened is that it's mostly been dominated by the electronics and technology-dominated industry. So the Samsungs, the Hyundais, the Apples, the Foxconns of the world have all applied for production-linked incentive, which is good because it is compliant with the WTO regime, which the earlier incentives, they were not only not compliant with WTO, but they gave rise to so much of rent-seeking and so much of corruption, and I'm just saying this sort of openly, so much of corruption or rent-seeking in the system that it was difficult for a policy to be effective. Production-linked incentives are transparent, and anybody can apply, Indian companies, domestic companies, and therefore, I think this is a good industrial policy, a better industrial policy for India than what we have practiced in the past. So I think the use of global markets, the use of production-linked incentives, and I think participation in free trade agreements is a must. WTO is not functioning. So we realize we need to become a part of the free trade agreements. We are not a part of RCEP, and therefore there is justifiably incentives within the bureaucracy and political establishment to try and formalize deals with Australia and UAE, which are pretty much on, they're pretty much close to conclusion, and we are beginning talks with the UK and EU. I don't know how it will work out. I met the EU delegation. There seems to be a little bit of conflict there at the moment, but with UK, apart from Mode 4 negotiations, which is the movement of natural people, I don't know, those of you who follow the WTO, movement of natural people, which has been spoken about in the morning in even this forum, and India definitely offers 1.4 billion people. There are lots of educated, skilled people that can provide services, and one of the parts of negotiations with free trade, in the free trade agreements with different countries, has been the movement of natural people, short-term, long-term, medium-term visas, 1 year, 2 years, 6 years, etc. And sometimes that has been subject to a lot of political opposition. Now, in India, if I have time, the narrative in India has been, if we can...
No, you don't.
I don't have time. If we can negotiate trade, why can't we negotiate labor movements? Okay, so that's the sort of industrial policy. 1 minute on innovation policy. We've been India is home to these global capability centers. From the United States, there are about 69% of the investment in Bangalore and around in the global capability centers in high-tech industry are in India. We don't have an innovation policy yet because, IPR will take some time, intellectual property rights will take some time negotiating in India and within. But if we get the we have the soft skills, infrastructure is what we need, and probably up the game on IPR, and we will up the game on IPR when India becomes an exporter of intellectual property. Today we are an importer of intellectual property. Very soon when India becomes an exporter of intellectual property, I think we will move up in terms of the standards that we hope to comply with in the intellectual property regime. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Rajat. I wish I could give you more time. India wants to upgrade the CEPA agreement with Korea, and I hope it will happen sooner or later. Well, without much further ado, let me invite Zidas Daskalovsky to enlighten us about the North Macedonian economy.
Thank you. I will start. We co-wrote the paper with Maria Risteska. First, let me say this, and so we'll speak both of us on this very same topic. First, I will have one historical overview, one sentence only, about Macedonia and the history. It was part of the four empires. One of Philip and Alexander the Great. Second of the Ottomans, the Turks, for those who don't know who were the Ottomans. Of course, in between there were the Romans. Let's not forget the Romans and the Roman Empire. So Romans, then the Ottoman Empire, and then the fourth empire, which we were part of, was the Yugoslav Empire, if you can consider Yugoslavia as an empire. Yugoslavia is a kingdom of Croats and Slovenes and Serbs, and Yugoslavia is a Titoist, socialist, communist country, whatever you want. I'm saying this because it's important to say this because basically we were and still we are a relatively underdeveloped and poor country. Due to the Ottoman administration, there was very little industry. Basically, the whole Balkans was very much illiterate and agricultural region. What happened was that industrialization and socioeconomic development, including better literacy and education, started with the fourth empire that ruled Macedonia, which is the Yugoslav Empire. Especially under Tito and the Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia, there was a big industrialization of Macedonia, 1960s, 1970s, and there was a general economic development. Now, comes 1991, 92, Yugoslavia disintegrates and we become an independent country. The 1990s and 2000s were very difficult period. Of course, the wars of Yugoslav dissolution were a very big issue. The problem of having no markets where to sell your products because of the sanctions against Serbia, because of the wars in Croatia and Bosnia, this was another problem. The chaotic privatization was yet another problem. The disintegration of how they are called in academic parlance, socially owned enterprises, basically the old communist-style big factories, they were the ones that were either decaying or basically dissolved, or some of them were privatized. So these circumstances, I'm telling you about all of this to tell you actually that the first industrial policy of the country, of Macedonia, was actually made in 2007 and officially passed in the parliament in 2008. This is the time of the right-wing government, Christian Democrat government, which ruled the country from 2006 and to 2016, which led to a tremendous socioeconomic development. What was the idea of these guys? They said, we're going to develop our economy and we're going to develop the industry of automobile parts, getting part of the chain of producing cars, mainly German automobiles. But in any case, this was one idea. Second idea was to develop food processing and further develop the wine industry, which we have quite good wines in the country. And the third idea was to develop tourism. Now, there was a bit of development in the food processing and wine industry. There was a bit of development in the tourism sector, or rather, there is a lot of development in the tourism sector. But mostly, there was a strong development in the automobile producing parts industry. And this is mainly because this government had the idea that they will develop in the so-called industrial trade development zones. These are the free economic zones where you invite investors with certain incentives to invest, like lease of land for 100 years. They pay, the government pays taxes of the employees in the factories. The government pardons the companies from specific taxes. They don't need they do not need to reinvest the capital gained and so on. This sector had a tremendous growth. So by now, depending on the year, it's complicated because of this COVID to calculate the last couple of years. But depending on which year to take into consideration, experts from this particular sector is between half of all the experts to basically 2/3 of all experts of Macedonia. So these are chains of German automobile producing companies, although there are some American. There are, I think, 4 American companies that invested in Macedonia. Because we have a short time, this will be sort of a glimpse overview of the industrial policy, and only a couple of sentences, maybe like Rajat said, 1 minute on innovation. The new government, which is Social Democrat, said, okay, we need to invest also in innovation. The idea was following basically what EU is doing, let's invest in green economy. So they have made some investments, and they have announced future deals in clean energy being produced from solar, wind, and hydro plants. And they have also set up a special fund to support small startups and different new companies that work in the IT sector. This is the special fund for innovation technology development, it's called. It's new, and it's very successful in terms of developing successful new companies. I will stop here, and Maria will continue, although her take will be somewhat different from mine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maria Risteska will talk about her experience at the EBRD, in particular on gender mainstreaming, gender budget, gender budget, right?
Yeah, good. So I'll start where Gidas actually stopped. Center for Research and Policymaking is a regional actor, so we have a portfolio of programs and work in 7 countries. And looking at the all Balkan countries, we can say that on innovations, the policies have been driven by or guided by the European Union policy and are anchored around the smart specialization strive of the European Union. So all of the countries have applied the Joint Research Center approach of smart specialization, where the whole process is based on entrepreneurial discovery process, which is commendable because in that way the policies are addressing the needs of the business. But what is problematic is that most of the countries in the region consider this as a policy framework that should replace policies on innovations and competitiveness, which should not be the case, because smart specialization is one thing, and you can drive it towards certain sectors, but competitiveness and innovation should be available for all sectors and not just ones that you decide on to specialize smartly in. Another problem that I see in this direction is that none of the innovation policies in the region is gender responsive, and this is an area where I specialize. Why I see that problem, and because we need to strive towards equity, and we need to provide that innovation policies are there is an entry point for equal participation of women. And if you look at the statistics in the Balkans, you will see that actually the situation is rather commendable towards, as compared to other countries in Europe, even in the world. So women participate in jobs, in innovation and research institutes more than men. But this is not realistically representing the situation. Why? Because this is a leftover of the Soviet type of policies where these research jobs were considered as appropriate for women, so not very labor intensive, so they can actually take on the second shift at home, which is of unpaid care work for their family after working hours. But we could see a trend, very positive trend in terms of education. More women study on higher education institutions. They gain master's and PhD degrees. We don't see that trend actually in the acquiring positions in research institutes as managers or as deans at the faculty, like Rajat here. So there is still vertical segregation in this sector. And what we don't see is that they don't take leads in research projects, and their research projects remain underfunded. So we need to work more on increasing gender participation in this sector. And what is more, the countries of the region have focused more on innovation in state type of research institutes and not so much linking it with the business and creating research and development centers within companies, which would become another issue for development for the future. Another thing we should support is actually gender mainstream innovation, which what does that mean? It means that we don't need to just provide entry points for women to take jobs in innovation sector, but actually to apply the gender approach in innovation, which doesn't have to be related to whether women are actually involved in the innovation processes, but that innovation and design reflects on their needs, which are different from what men's needs are. We should not wait for another 50 years for an industrial design like a seat belt in an automobile company is produced to fit the need of pregnant women or of children. And this has happened because we haven't applied a gender approach. But what is positive is that trends show that the innovations that are done in the region by women are better commercialized than innovations that are done by men, which shows that actually ideas of women are resolving real life problems of both men and women. So I would close with actually a call for more sustainable and innovative growth that can be driven only by investing also in women and their entrepreneurship, women's entrepreneurship. And studies have shown that actually if we invest in women's entrepreneurship, the GDP will increase of the world 26%. The latest study of McKinsey shows by 2025. So I would advocate for more gender mainstreaming in this process as part of the policies that would be developed maybe further by the Alliance.
Okay, thank you, Maria. I don't think we're doing too badly on gender as far as the Gtipa is concerned. You know, we have 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes left. So I'll open the floor for 1 or 2 questions before I give Rajat an opportunity to make 1 minute comment. Okay, any question from the floor?
I have a conflict of interest because I lived in Sweden for a while. But having such a policy that you've defined north of Stockholm, isn't then, creating too much wealth and too much, startups and innovation in some areas of Sweden and leaving others without it? Or this is also, engaging the rest of the country?
Thank you. It's a valid question. My view is that agglomeration effects, you got to live with them. So I think the threshold for being competitive is getting higher and higher. The competition intensifies from Asia and others. So in order for Sweden to be, and you need a labor market, and since you have the fourth industrial revolution and disciplines combining, you don't know where the new innovations are in the intersections of former industries and so forth. So I think it's a necessity. But of course, you have 30-something universities or colleges in Sweden, and you can debate whether they have the quality is good enough or there are many issues to discuss around that. Thanks. Thanks,
so
Peter.
you have only 30 universities in Sweden. You know how
Yeah,
many
we
have
combine them, so it's colleges and universities. It depends, but you could discuss whether they are for regional purposes or if they are research intensive. You can sort of put them into different categories, so to say.
Okay, Stephen?
Great job, guys. A question for Rajat, or I'm sorry, for Munir, but then for a comment from all. As I understand, one of the biggest challenges in Australian innovation policy has been the lack of commercialization, especially the disconnect between universities and industry in Australia. I noticed you mentioned a new commercialization strategy, but maybe you could talk about that, how Australia is trying to deal with that challenge. And then I know we have some others from universities here. Maybe you could share your perspectives on what are some of the best practices we're seeing in your countries around facilitating that university industry linkages and startups.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to give a very quick answer. This heightened awareness has happened for a couple of factors. You may have seen in recent past, that is wild bushfire, floods, everything. And if you remember, when Scott Morrison got elected, the government before this government, everything was pushed behind, and Queensland coal lobby, they got the upper hand. Surprisingly, Liberal came back to power. Then in last 3 years, so much happened. Australians realized they're on the brink of serious catastrophic climate issues. So that leads to this whole sustainability issue, number one. Number two, quickly, they also realize many of the things they've done well in the past, they're becoming very complacent and they're falling behind. And this recent urge to shift away from China has led to realization they need to diversify. Number three, they also realized many of the recent cyber attacks they have been subject to, and officially they have been saying initiated by Beijing and all that. So three things have kicked in very quickly: sustainability, inclusivity, security. So those three coming together, going to your question, has led to increased realization for this cooperative, collaborative approach with government, industry. And to be honest, this is no longer about Australia, whether it's US or any other country for that matter. These three factors, sustainability, inclusivity, security, will be dominant in what kind of innovation we do in the coming days. So although you pointed Australia, in my opinion, it goes beyond Australia. Because of some of the recent things happening, Australia has come into more awakening, but I think it's equally applicable to countries like US and others who are in the front line of technology. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, one last minute given to Rajat.
So I will sort of weave in my comment the answer to Stephen's question, but I wanted to sort of expand on what Kyunjin said at the end, was the Indian SEPA, upgrading of the India SEPA with Korea. And I think that's on the table, and it should be done because India and Korea are sort of natural partners, and there's a lot to learn from Korea for India. And the reason being, apart from the sort of story of the Queen from Ayodhya marrying a king of, I don't know if you know the story of 46 AD. Apart from that, which gets sort of talked about in India-Korea dialogues a lot, and I've attended about 10 of them. But more seriously, I think Korea and India in the 1960s were perhaps at the same level of development. And Korea today is $20,000 plus per capita income. India is $2,500 per capita income. Of course, there's a huge population. But what Korea has done is nothing short of a miracle in this period. And therefore, I think that offers a lot to learn. And there are complementarities. Of course, you know, Korea's sort of competitive advantage in hardware is complemented by India's competitive advantage in software. And I think those two can be married to get to upgrade the SEPA. And I think real sort of intensive and long discussions will need to be had because, as I said in my comments, discussions on services become a little more difficult than discussions on trade and goods. So services a lot more sort of contentious than goods. But I think we can get some sort of benefits from both. The other thing is that as India tries to move up the value chain on innovation, it hasn't happened by sort of design, and this is the answer to your question, Stephen. If India is recognized globally as its people being able to invest and deliver on innovation, it hasn't happened by design, it's happened by circumstance, because you had these engineers that were created by the IITs over so many years, and some of them found, and Y2K was one sort of event, one sort of one-off event that led to recognition, and then, of course, it built on itself. And then, of course, now it's, you know, folklore that most CEOs of global tech companies, some of them are Indians, disproportionately so. But I think this ecosystem doesn't exist in India, which they're able to get in an alternative environment. That ecosystem doesn't exist in India. It exists in small enclaves in Bangalore, but that needs to be expanded a lot more. As I said, infrastructure needs to be created to be able to attract that. But one of the things that has been conspicuous by its absence is exactly what you said. As I said, that happened by circumstance, not by design. Now the new education policy wishes to integrate the industry-university linkages to actually exploit that advantage. And it's starting at the school level, not only at the college level. We've started what is called tinkering labs at the school level, so people get a hang. It's not anymore education by rote, but education by learning themselves. And let me stop before I'm thrown out. That we have an incubation center in our university, and I would like, you know, all of you to look at that. Go to our website, SNU, look at the Atal Incubation Center. We are helping incubate a number of startups, whether they are from the university or outside. And some of the Indians have great ideas to solve the problems that stare at us in the face. Those are local problems, and they could sort of lend themselves to spillover effects and address some global problems also. But right now, they're addressing local problems. And there are hundreds of local problems, and technology can overcome, if not provide the complete solution. Technology can provide the pathway to a solution to those problems that we have, social, economic, technology problems. And I think students are very well placed to do it. They're incredibly innovative if they're given the right ecosystem. And our university tries to provide that ecosystem to the students.
Thank you, Rajat. I didn't know you are planning on another marriage between India and Korea after 2,000 years. Let's work on that. And well, without much further ado, let me thank all our panelists, Zedas, Maria, Rajat, Syed, and Andreas for their very concise and to-the-point presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, well, welcome to our second panel of the afternoon on rethinking the global economy. It'll be largely like the previous one, soliciting commentators' input on how the era of great transition is affecting their economies, interacting with the global system, however, with a bit more focus on trade policy in this panel. Let me introduce our panelists, and we will ask them to make 5 to 7 minutes of remarks and save time for questions at the end. First today, we'll hear from Dr. Francis Marquimba, who is a senior research fellow at the Philippines Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS. He is also director of the Philippines APEC Study Center Network. He holds a PhD in development economics. After that, we'll hear from Rubiat Ishams Anik, who was a senior executive for projects and communications at the Bangladesh-based Institute for Policy Advocacy and Governance. He holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Dhaka. After we hear from our Asian collaborators, we will turn our focus to Africa. And joining us from South Africa today is Chris Hatting, who is a senior policy analyst at the Center for Risk Analysis and a senior fellow with African Liberty. He holds a master's in philosophy. Then we will turn our focus to South America. And we're pleased to be joined for the first time in the Alliance with a new think tank, the McKinsey Center for Economic Freedom. And representing McKinsey is Ulysses Ruiz de Gamboa. He is a researcher at McKinsey. He's also a professor of economics at the McKinsey Presbyterian University in Sao Paulo and a senior economist for the Chamber of Commerce. With that, let me turn the floor to Francis and take it away.
Thank you, Stephen. In the interest of time, I was planning to talk about the economy of Philippines and Korea and all these details, but I think the organizer can just share with you some of my slides, so you can just check it out for some of the details. But okay, so this is the slide that I want to show you, because the Philippines and Korea benefit from multiple highly integrated industries. So 19 industries had an index of about 75% in 2011 and 2019. So the most highly integrated industry is the manufacture of medical and surgical equipment and orthopedic appliances, which has close to 100%. In this slide, I want to show you that the Philippines and Korea trade complementarity is at par with the Philippines' trade with Japan. And that's very important because the Philippines and Korea do not have an existing bilateral free trade agreement yet, although the two countries benefit with ASEAN-Korea FTA. In an earlier study that we did in 2020, we reported that 31.2% of the Philippine firms were able to utilize the ASEAN-Korea FTA in 2018. But this table shows that the Philippines and Korea have trade complementarity that is at par with Japan, a country with which the Philippines has a bilateral FTA. Incidentally, the trade complementarity index of the Philippines with Korea shows that the percentage at 60% is relatively close enough with Korea, Vietnam, again, a country with which the Korea has a bilateral FTA. So this just means that a bilateral FTA between the Korea and the Philippines is worth exploring. Now let me go to this. Okay, so Korean firms have established their presence in the Philippines in recent years. With Korea being an important source of investments for the Philippines, it is important to note that Korean companies have established their presence in various Philippine industries. The location of Korean firms in major manufacturing sectors, such as food manufacturing, electronics, and automotive, have been instrumental in sustaining their growth. Important projects of Korean companies in emerging sectors, such as electronic vehicles, manufacturing, and agribusiness, must also be noted since these sectors could be potential drivers for further economic growth for the country. The strong economic ties between the Philippines and Korea provided opportunities for future cooperation in emerging industries. So as I've mentioned in the earlier slide, Korean firms have slowly established their presence in emerging Philippine industries, particularly in the electronics, vehicles, and agribusiness. In addition, the country has placed greater emphasis in developing other industries, such as the green metals and creative industries, and these are also areas for future cooperation between the two countries. Let me just go through these very quickly. So the opportunities for e-vehicles. The EV sector has been perceived as an opportunity to strengthen the country's integration into global value chains. N+ Co. Limited, a Korean company, is the first electronics vehicle manufacturer to register in a Philippine Economic Zone Authority. Its 5 billion peso economic vehicle plant in an island in Negros Occidental would produce electric cars and electric jeepneys, a public utility vehicle similar to a bus, accelerating the development of EV manufacturing in industries. In 2018, Korea accounted for 2.6% of global market share in cultural contents industry, the 7th largest in the world. And the growth of Korean cultural contents industry has also been consistent since the late 2010. Various creative services in the Philippines, including the animation industry, which is gaining traction in the international community, are currently being promoted extensively in the global market. And the Philippines is also becoming a hub of animation and outsourcing with its sizable entertainment industry and large skilled talent pool. Game sector development, characterized by strong client perception of the Philippine labor force, high-quality 2D animation and game development, and new market opportunities in the mobile and online space are just some characteristics of the Philippine animation market. And meanwhile, in the creative IP sector, stakeholders plan to develop the sector through international compliance and global resonance, developing partnerships in licensing, merchandising, and co-productions, and penetrating the character sector. So this rise in the digital economy of the country, as evidenced by the significance of digitally deliverable services in the Philippines trade, could also support the development of the creative industries. Opportunities for future cooperation is also possible for green metals. So many countries are starting to pursue green economy characterized by low carbon emissions and pollution, enhanced energy and resources efficiency, and prevention of the loss of biodiversity in ecosystems. As such, demand for inputs for greening the economy, such as green metals, has gradually increased in recent years. Disruptions in the supply chains could be beneficial for the Philippines. For instance, Indonesia's ban on the exports of its nickel supply could allow the Philippines to position itself as a major supplier of nickel ore. Successful implementation of initiatives is also crucial in this aspect. So, citing the International Copper Study Group, the Board of Investments remarked that the Philippines' copper production has stabilized at 70 to 80,000 metric tons over the last 2 or 3 years, and it's expected to grow in the next 20 years. Thus, the government aims to develop a Leyte ecological industrial zone to further attract investments. And then lastly, let me just go to some policies to further to stimulate future cooperation between Philippines and Korea. Various policies are crucial in order to stimulate further cooperation between the Philippines and Korea. The Philippine-Korea bilateral FTA is expected to be signed within this year, and it is expected to be one of the most important tools in strengthening the trade and investment relations between the two countries. Sector-specific efforts have also been initiated in developing the country's emerging industries and could be leveraged to advance Philippine-Korea cooperation in these sectors. For instance, the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act seeks to incentivize the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and charging stations in the country, as it mandates 5% EV share in corporate and government fleets, dedicated parking slots for electronic vehicles, installation of charging stations, and others. And then there are other essential policies. For example, the Creative Industries Development Act would serve as a cornerstone for the development of creative industries in the country. The country could also promote its industries in the international setting. For instance, it was able to promote its green metals during the last IPEF ministerial meeting, and the US government has already pledged high-quality investments in the Philippine semiconductor and nickel sectors. With Korea being a member, the IPEF could also be an important avenue for negotiations between the Philippines and Korea. And finally, the Philippines was also able to send delegates to the 9th International Electric Vehicle Expo in Korea, and the ambassador from the Philippines encouraged more cooperation between the private sector in Korea and the Philippines in areas, again, of EV, green energy, and carbon-free technologies. The Philippines, let me just end there, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis. I should also note that in the interest of time, Dr. Kang Jung Song, who is the Executive Director of the Innovation Economy Forum here in South Korea, agreed not to make a formal presentation to save more time for our panelists, but I was remiss not to introduce her originally. She was previously the Director of the FN Global Issues Center and the President of the Institute for Global Economics, and she's been deeply involved in the evolution of Korean trade policy over a number of years. And I should also note that, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, Kiet has been so kind to sponsor these case studies looking at how we can deepen the economic trade and innovation linkages between Gtipa member nations and Korea. That was an excellent overview from the Philippines perspective. We've also received reports thus far from Gtipa members in Argentina, Australia, Bangladesh, Brazil, India, Italy, North Macedonia, and Peru. And we will hear as well from Anik on the ties between Bangladesh and Korea. So thank you all for contributing those reports, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I'll start with how the pandemic has been for Bangladesh. It has not been pretty. As you know, Bangladesh is a major exporter of ready-made garments. I think represents about 6.5% of the global market share of 435 billion. So it had a great impact, the pandemic had a great impact on the garments industry itself during the pandemic, but I think they recovered well. And now, still today, they are accounting for more than 80% of our exports. And that is actually not a good thing. We need to diversify. And coming to the bilateral, basically bilateral trade between Bangladesh and Korea, Bangladesh majorly provides, the export, which is about 1.03 billion to Korea, majorly accounts, basically RMG accounts majority of it, almost 80 to 90%. So we are basically, what Bangladesh is trying to do is diversify away from RMG, ready-made garments, and a few industries are looking to be potential, emerging industries that can actually play a good role in contributing to the export revenue of Bangladesh. And among them stands pharmaceuticals, there is footwear as well, leather industry, and also in some cases agriculture as well. So upon an analysis of the Bangladesh-Korea trade agreements and the amount of trade that took place, the revealed comparative advantage, Bangladesh has a very huge advantage in apparel, 74.54 billion, 74.54 RCA, that is the point. For jute, it has about, for jute, it's 74.54. For apparel, it's 56.49. That basically the reason why Bangladesh is exporting so much, because it has been given good opportunities by the Koreans, especially in this sector. I think about out of 253 products that's been traded since 2008, I think it's a bit more now. Bangladesh, Korea have waived 75% among the products, 75% of them from, they are duty-free and quota-free as well. So among these, a great number of products are apparel. So that's basically why it justifies why Bangladesh is going for apparels. But if we take a look at the substitutes, what are other substitutes as well? Furniture and pharmaceuticals, these two were explored, doesn't have much RCA. That's 0.52 for furniture and 0.28 for pharmaceuticals. Footwear does actually promises something with a 4.49 RCA. And this is why we will need to diversify away. We will definitely need to have revised. Actually, we do not have a bilateral free trade agreement. There is two agreements that is in place with Korea, that is APTA, Asia Pacific Trade Agreement, which has been greatly beneficial for Bangladesh. Even Bangladesh has not been in that many regional trade agreements. It has been part of SAFTA, South Asian Free Trade Agreement, BIMSTEC. Another South Asian, includes 4 countries, about India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, maybe Sri Lanka as well, and also Asia Pacific Trade Agreement, that APTA. And this has been the most beneficial, whereas SAFTA created about 4.5% of trade, trade creation represented. I think APTA accounts for more, I think in the 7-8%. So we need something more, something like this, linked to APTA or something similar to APTA, or even, bilateral trade with Korea to improve the chances. Because one of other key advantages that Bangladesh is currently enjoying is the LDC status, least development. Bangladesh is a least development country, but it have qualified to be a lower middle income country, and it was supposed to graduate in 2023, but it will graduate in 2026. The grace period increased because of the COVID pandemic and how that affected us. So due to LDC, I think lots of products have been exported to Korea and beyond, free, there's duty free and quota free, but that will not exist, 5 years or 4 years afterwards. So we need a new trade agreement as well. It's being explored, which might be appropriate, to focus on which products might be appropriate. So in terms of Bangladesh export, I think footwear does promise an interesting opportunity what Bangladesh can explore, but also pharmaceuticals and furnitures in case of trade with Korea. Thank you.
Anik, fantastic overview of how to deepen Bangladesh-Korea trade relations, but also how to shift your economy to higher value added as you engage globally. Excellent. Okay. Chris, over to you from the South African perspective.
Thanks very much, Stephen, and good afternoon, everyone. We've heard a lot about buzzwords throughout today around trade policy and investment, that sort of thing, and I think maybe no country is better to exemplify the risk of focusing on buzzwords than South Africa. So things like the just transition, looking at free trade agreements, looking at deglobalization. What does that mean for a country like South Africa that is trying to bring the vast majority of citizens into economic activity who were excluded for the vast majority of the country's history because of colonialism and apartheid? There is definitely a risk in the country of perhaps turning inward with localization master plans. So in that regard, there's an opportunity as well for foreign businesses and governments to engage with South African businesses and communities to make sure that they feel the value add of free trade agreements, that they can see the benefits of upskilling, of the exporting and importing of goods and services, components, that kind of thing, to make sure that it's a give and take and a win-win sort of trade situation and not feeding into the concerns around offshoring jobs or anything like that. Given the country's current energy shortages, shortcomings, there's a big focus now on moving to renewables and getting competition in the energy sector. So I think there's big scope there for bringing in the kind of skills and technology that South Korea could bring to the table, the components that are needed for renewable energy. There's definitely a lot of scope. There's a lot of funding for that. And again, if one can invest in the sort of projects locally that local communities see job creation and long-term sustainable investment, there will be more buy-in to that sort of thing over the long term, and the better long-term sustainability of those projects, not just a 5-year sort of short-term scope. In terms of strengths on the South African economy's part, we've seen this especially the last 2 years with the mining and agricultural sectors, which have been quite resilient, riding a commodities boom that the world has also experienced. At the same time, that presents the risk of, if our major trading partners such as China and the Eurozone experience economic decline, as they probably will do for the next few years, that means less demand for South African commodities. So South African government and businesses need to look at other places to diversify, again, those various supply and value chains, and we think South Korea is definitely one of those countries which could fill into that and make it a more resilient sort of agreement versus just relying on one or two areas going forward. Just to give a little bit of more background on South Africa's growth fundamentals, at the moment we're sitting with a 44% unemployment rate on the expanded definition and a 74% youth unemployment rate. So on the one hand, one can focus on that as, how did we get there? That's, one can investigate the past reasons and all of that kind of thing, but how do we ensure that situation is reversed going forward? And in that regard, I think there's a lot of scope for foreign upskilling, sharing of expertise, that sort of thing being shared with South African businesses and citizens going forward. The South African state is under a lot of pressure at the moment in terms of its finances, debt repayments, so we see the private sector filling more of those gaps. And again, if foreign players can show an ongoing concern with the country and the country's fortunes, I think they can also get more buy-in from South African citizens themselves in terms of higher education, those sorts of training, technicons, those colleges giving South African citizens those opportunities. It's a young population, a growing population. People from the rest of sub-Saharan Africa still largely come to South Africa for those economic opportunities, and that means more opportunity for example, South Korean fixed capital investment. So looking at factories, mining, that kind of thing, not trying to just focus on extractive technology, but ensuring that South African businesses are also part of adding value in the supply chain. We focused obviously the last few years on vaccines, and South Africa was one of the countries pushing for the TRIPS waiver. One of the arguments that we tried to make at the CRA is that it's one thing to maybe advocate for a dilution of IP, but that doesn't mean overnight that those factories and those skills are going to pop up in South Africa. So you can dilute IP, but that doesn't mean you're going to give South Africans then the skills to develop their own vaccines or to bring those out. So if foreign countries with those expertise can show South African companies and the government that they're serious about upskilling local citizens, I think those sorts of maybe short-termist views in terms of global trade policy will be prevented. And then just finally on the Africa Free Trade area, again, one of those buzzwords, but it's important then for African governments and businesses, along with foreign role players and investors, to actualize the AFCFTA and ensure that it doesn't just remain a potential of billions of dollars of just these buzzwords thrown around, but it has an actual impact on South Africans' lives, especially if we look at things like non-tariff trade barriers. If countries like South Korea can share their experience and their lessons with a country like South Africa in terms of digitization, ensuring smoother bureaucratic processes, the ease of moving goods across border posts and through harbors, then I think we can see the downstream benefits of freer trade across the African continent. So many challenges, but with that, many opportunities, and I think a country like South Korea could be pivotal in putting South Africa again on a better path of inclusive economic growth.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris. All right. This is the perspective from Brazil on Brazil-Korea relations, but also global economy.
First of all, I would like to thank Stephen for inviting me to participate in this important meeting. It's an honor to me to be among this select group of experts. As we know, international trade, innovation, and productivity are strongly interrelated. In this sense, the Brazilian and South Korean experiences clearly show this. But Brazil is at a stage prior to the issues discussed here, and I think frankly, that is not prepared to meet the challenges proposed by New World Economic Situation. Anyway, I will address the current status in Brazil of those three variables, and of course the economic relation between Brazil and South Korea. Addressing international trade, Brazil remains a very closed economy. Our degree of commercial openness is only 22%, well below the world average. We need to open the Brazilian economy, not only by import tariff reduction, but also eliminating other trade barriers to reinsert Brazil into global production chains. The real comparative advantage of Brazil is in agribusiness, which, considering the entire production chain, reaches 30% of Brazilian GDP, involved in its supply chain, raw materials, industrial equipment, and services, like transport and financial intermediation. So Brazilian agribusiness, it's not a coincidence, is the least protected and most productive sector, and contrary to a traditional view, it's the sector that is capable to add the high added value due to huge investment in advanced technology. Agribusiness share of Brazilian exports currently reaches 51%. In the case of productivity, one of the main problems of the Brazilian economy is low productivity. And the cause for this outcome are, in addition to the low commercial openness, the low quality of basic education and low level of investment, which reach less than 20% of GDP. We need to carry out an education reform, which, in addition to increasing investment in basic education, we need to revise the subjects taught in line with international best practices. We also need to increase investment mainly in infrastructure. And for this, of course, it's necessary to create a more business-friendly environment with less taxes, less bureaucracy, and more stable rules of the game for each productive sector. And about innovation, Brazil invests only 0.5% of GDP in R&D, well below the average of developed countries. There is a lack of financial capital to finance new projects and excessive bureaucracy for patent registration, which can take up to 10 years. It's incredible. To foster innovation, it's necessary to increase the credit supply for new projects and simplify the patent registration process. And speaking finally of the economic relation between Brazil and South Korea, trade between Brazil and South Korea has expanded significantly in the last 20 years. Korea is among Brazil's most significant trading partners. Also, South Korea has an outstanding importance in foreign direct investments in Brazil and is one of the leading destinations to portfolio investment by Brazilian residents. The possibilities of increasing economic relations between the two countries are great, and they're due to huge economic complementarity. But Brazil can't sign any commercial agreement outside Mercosur agreement. So we have to wait the results of the trade agreement being negotiated between South Korea and Mercosur.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great overviews.
You're welcome.
So I have two questions, and then we can open it to audience questions. And the first I want to bring Kyung-Jin in on here. So, you know, economists talk about the spaghetti soup, the noodle soup of global trade agreements. It may as well be called an alphabet soup today, because in Asia alone, we look at a number of agreements such as the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. We have the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. We have already an association of Southeast Asian nations, the ASEAN FTA. And now the United States comes along because it's not willing to join the CPTPP and proposes the creation of a new Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, that was mentioned earlier, that would not offer market access, but would seek to develop high standards rules of the road for trade organized around four key pillars of trade, supply chains, clean economy, and the fair economy. So my question to the Asian panelist is, you know, how do your nations assess the opportunities and challenges embodied across these regional FTAs? How do you engage and prioritize your participation in them? And what's your perspective specifically about the US IPEF proposal?
Yeah.
IPF, yes.
Thank you. No matter how entangled the spaghetti ball becomes, I think Korea should join as many FTAs as possible. In the same vein, I think Korea should, like I said all the time, Korea should join the CPTPP as soon as possible. Well, the Korean officials say, well, the US is not part of it and they're not willing to be part of it yet. Why should Korea hurry and join the CPTPP? I think that is not the right rationale that we should follow. And about the IPEF, I think IPEF is a broad enough framework that we can bring in as many issues as possible, issues that we are currently discussing, semiconductor issues, IRA, Chips and Science Act, and green economy, supply chain issues, trade issues even. So, and I think the 14 members, the governments need to expedite to, bring substance on the table, to the table, so that we can initiate meaningful discussions and produce outcomes and deliver before the Biden administration ends.
Very well, thank you. Francis or Anik, do you wish to offer perspectives from your nations?
Maybe I can go first.
Sure.
So based on the pronouncements of the relatively new secretary, because we've just recently had an election around 100 days ago, the Philippines is positioning itself to pursue high-impact free trade agreements to create that enabling environment for facilitating investments and trade resources from target source countries, for example, the US and South Korea, in terms of capital and technology. So the guiding beacon, I think, to answer your question, is really the availability of certain target capital and technology that can be transferred and adopted by Philippine manufacturing companies. As you know, the Philippines is a late player in this FTA game. We only have around 11 and only 2 bilateral FTAs. So the new administration, as I have heard, so this may not be official because the plan has not yet been released, but what I have heard is that the new administration is advocating for the Senate ratification of RCEP. I think we're the last one. And then we want to officially sign what is being negotiated as the Philippines-South Korea FTA. And then and the third would be actively participating in IPEF agreement, and in parallel, actively attract investments from the US and global companies in 3 strategic clusters, such as semiconductors manufacturing, which are also diversifying different production locations in the country.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen, for the question. So I believe, Bangladesh is not a part of IPEF, but from my perspective, I think IPEF is more of a trade diversification rather than trade promotion. It was sort of a result of a geopolitical tension between US and China, where US is kind of pulling its allies to move away from China. And basically IPEF stands for that. And standing from my perspective, we are also part of a economic regional corporation, that's SARC, South Asian Association for Regional Corporations. So in that case, the free trade area that we have, SAFTA, never really worked out really well for the past, I don't know how many decades. So SAFTA, this is because, the political tension between, you can say, Pakistan and India. Also, Afghanistan is now in the picture as well. So that never really worked out well for us. We did not, let alone trade promotion, we could not even diversify. But IPEF does have a good friendship that among themselves, good alliance. So they will be able to, I think they're already doing it. I think Australia, if I've looked into it, they have diversified. They used to have trade about 40% with China, but now they've brought it down to 29%. So their aim of diversifying away from China is working. Maybe it's doing the same for other countries as well. But in terms of trade, I think you should open it up if you want to actually promote trade, increase trade in volume, or however you may say it. You need to open it up and not let geopolitics interfere in global trade. Thank you.
Excellent. And Ulysses, I need to congratulate you, because after 16 years, Mercosur finally completed a trade agreement with the European Union. So congratulations. But what's interesting, of course, is I think as we've looked at the evolution of trade policy in Latin America, for many years you had the Pacific Alliance, Chile, Peru, Mexico, and Colombia, with a very open approach to trade policy. Actually, now many of those countries have moved to the left, and maybe the political economy supporting trade isn't as strong in the Pacific Alliance countries as it was, whereas maybe Mercosur, with certainly maybe the Brazilian perspective, is starting to be more receptive to it. But so maybe you could essentially comment on how you see the evolution of the political economy of trade policy in Latin America.
Well, as I said, Brazil is tied on the Mercosur agreement, and for me, it's an agreement that was born dead. I mean, we have to negotiate with the presence of Venezuela, Argentina, so it's very difficult, and it's also difficult to reach an agreement between the countries that participate in the Mercosur. And I don't know. I think that Brazil need to leave Mercosur and negotiate itself by itself with the other countries and I don't know, and multilateral agreements.
Thank you. You know, we did some analysis a couple of years back looking at the, share of the trade sector of an economy, and it was just so clear that the Pacific Alliance countries had just, much greater shares of FDI, much greater shares of export. So, from our perspective at ITIF, the best thing South America could possibly do is create a free trade agreement for South America, just like would be the case for NAFTA in Africa, as you mentioned, Chris. Okay, I need specifics, guys. Because you hear all the time, and policymakers around the world, supply chains, global value chains, resiliency, security. But can you offer specific trade policy recommendations about how we can enhance global trade policy to enhance the resiliency and efficiency of global supply chains? Any specific policy recommendations?
I mean, this might be too broad, but I worry that we lose sight of IP and the burden that is, or the blame that is placed on IP when concrete products maybe aren't produced, but people don't realize if you don't have that enabling environment protecting IP and patents, then you won't have the on-the-ground innovation and investment. So I know this is maybe not nearly as specific as you asked for, maybe too macro, but using the different global trade bodies, free trade agreements, bilateral trade agreements to have requirements of strengthening and protecting IP. I think that's vital. And again, speaking from a more developing country perspective, making sure that for people, businesses and investors and inventors in those countries that they feel that their investments, their ideas will be secure over the long term so that they take the risk of investing there.
Please, go ahead.
I think one very specific recommendation is, and I think it's really very related to what we are discussing, is to leverage the use of blockchain technology and digital ledger technology to reduce the costliness of having to verify the rules of origin and the origination of certain products. Because the FTAs are becoming really very expensive because of this noodle bowl or spaghetti bowl or whatever bowl that we are trying to implement. But the digital ledger technology has this potential to really bring down that cost and in a way address the costliness of all these GBCs.
Well, that's my recommendation as well. We need to expedite negotiations on digital trade. Korea just last year concluded a digital trade negotiation with Singapore. So we can build upon that and in cooperation with other friends and partners.
Fantastic. And that, of course, speaks to the importance of including digital technologies within the new trade agreements we're writing. So things like protecting source code, protecting the trusted protection measures in technology systems. Ensuring that our digital trade rules keep up with supporting the information flow that underpins the physical movement of goods across the global economy, right, is every bit as important. I'd also add one ITIF recommendation, and that is for the expansion of the Information Technology Agreement. As you may know, the ITA is an agreement that eliminates tariffs on covered information and communications technology products originally launched in 1996, expanded in 2015, but now there is a new initiative to bring 250 more HS codes under ITA3 coverage, and we've estimated that doing so could add $800 billion to global GDP through the dynamic effects of reducing prices for these foundational capital goods. So go ahead.
Thank you. So I would like to propose a more focused definitely within the digital trade, that is a globalized virtual workforce, as you might say. The pandemic have quite pushed the work from home culture to the point that not only within the country people can join even beyond countries, but there is no, I guess, a structure or a solid policy to promote that type of work. So a virtual workforce across the globe would actually not only help a better supply of let's say the virtual workforce, what they can digital works that can be done at desks, that can be accessed by almost anyone. So the supply of that workforce is open to the world, and also it will significantly reduce costs. So maybe people from developing countries or least developed countries, especially from Bangladesh, for instance, they can provide huge digital skills at very low cost. It would also help businesses abroad to recruit them. So this is being done currently, but it's I would say unofficial kind of. There is no policy or structure that could promote it. But I think this could also be looked into by the global every economy actually.
That's fantastic. All right, well, in the interest of time, why don't I ask if there are any questions from the audience?
This is Christy from Taipei. I have a question for Chris from South Africa. The AGOA, the Africa Opportunity and Growth Act, is extended to 2025 and probably will be re-extended again. So what's the overall expectation from African countries towards the extension? Because as far as I know, it has certain limits, so it's not taken advantage to its full function. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it has been more beneficial for South Africa given the exposure to the developed market that is the US, especially in terms of more complex goods, so vehicles, for example, that sort of manufacturing. In terms of extending it, we run into the risk of if the US maybe follows the route of Europe with requirements in terms of emissions in the process of manufacturing. So that's going to come soon in Europe, and is that going to be the same in the renewal of an AGOA, for example, and then South Africa is not quickly enough moving to implement those steps to mitigate CO2 emissions in its vehicle manufacturing supply chains. So I think overall it has been beneficial for growth and job creation in South Africa in terms of the requirements from maybe South African government and other African governments. I think it has to be a case of requirements regarding certain investment in hard capital in African countries, so in those longer term factories, those sorts of institutions, if you want to call it that, not just coming in for a year or two and then leaving immediately, but having something more longer term, and where you have the South African businesses and investors involved in the decisions around investment in the country itself. So not just in the bigger cities, but maybe in more outlying areas. How do you deal with those jobs that might be lost or created, again, with our energy transition, because we export so much coal and we're so reliant on coal, what is going to happen to those jobs? So I think anything regarding renewable energy will be part of a new AGOA, hopefully with some specifics and how you bring the skills to make sure that we implement our own renewable tech, but also how we, under what requirements we need to export our raw materials for that renewable technology to be manufactured. Thanks.
Excellent. Rajat, last question, and we'll wrap this panel up.
Hi, Stephen, this speaks to your point, but anybody in the panel can sort of address it. One of the things is that the death of globalization has been written many times, right? And but I don't, like Mark Twain said, I've given up smoking 40 times. I gave it up yesterday or something, right? So globalization is probably here to stay, but one of the things that it did in trade agreements was the discriminatory aspects of it were sort of covered under phasing in of tariff reduction, especially for emerging markets, right? You phased in tariff reductions. over a period of time. So they became sort of less discriminatory. Now, sort of trade agreements are not about tariff reductions anymore, although they still remain on the table, but they're not so much on tariff reductions. They're much more about standards, intellectual property, competition policy, labor relations, labor standards, etc., government procurement. And this becomes typically and terribly problematic for certain countries, right? So if you're going to have these new age trade agreements, and I believe we will, like, TPP was all about standards, right? CPP, TPP, I don't know which way it's evolving. IPF is going to be about standards. So there must be something inbuilt to phase in the harmonization of standards across countries. And if that's the case, then probably they will see more success. It's not a question, but sort of a comment as well, but anybody could comment on that, yeah.
Please, go ahead.
Not on your comment, but my own comment about this panel discussion is, the title of this panel discussion is Rethinking the Global Economy. I know it's particularly focuses on the discussion on trade and investment, but when you rethink the global economy, you cannot ignore the current global economic situation. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, the G20 finance ministers and central bank governors failed to produce a communique because they failed to agree on the necessity of urgent need of producing, working on global policy coordination. So they ended up with the chair's summary. And the G20 summit is coming up next month in Indonesia. So I'm just thinking aloud and proposing for your consideration that Gtipa as a group may wish to publicly make a statement to pressurize the leaders to work on it and make an official statement, communique that emphasizes the policy, global policy coordination.
I think that's a great idea. Let's discuss it tomorrow. All right. Any other comments to Rajat's? I would only add that the other word we need to have is interoperability, right? We shouldn't, in our view, we shouldn't have a full harmonization of EU and US data privacy standards, for instance, but we need to have interoperable approaches that respect All right, well, in the interest of time, we'll go ahead and wrap it up and save adequate time for the following session, but I do want to thank Francis, Ulysses, Anik, Chris, and Kayan Jung for your great remarks, and thank you all.
We arrived to the last panel, and I think it's, with all the respect for the others, it's the most important because, not because of the speaker and with all the respect, but because of the topic, because of the moderator in there. Because of the moderator, the speaker of before, of this morning, it became a moderator. No, because we spoke about energy production today, the problems of Europe, and we have some of the answers to the problem that were exposed this morning. And also because the panel is, and all the respect with the panel, except the moderator, the panel is here to tell us more about what you can find in the Gtipa perspective, that is the clean renewable energy and sustainability innovations. That is one of the reports that, as a community, we put together for the past years. And I think it's, I didn't read it before yesterday night, or I read just the Italian part, that is the one that ICOM has elaborated together with Confederate, is very rich, and I think it's, I would say, a benchmark, or it can be used for some cases as a benchmark or best practice for some of our countries, or I think it really deserves a good exposure worldwide, and I think it's a great work that Gtipa has done. It's not, that kind of science research that you find in the universities. Is not the usual political document. I think it's a great policy document, or a document that can be very useful for policymakers worldwide. My role today, so is very simple. Besides taking or keeping the tempo, because as we understand, we have a very tight schedule. So I will give the floor to each of the 5 speakers for 5 minutes each, and then eventually, if we have time, we'll go down to a 3-minute second round of questions. But what I want from them, so I can make one single question that applies to all, is to tell us what is in their part of their report. Therefore, what is in the United States, in Indonesia, Germany, and Poland, and Italy, and what are the cases that they have reported. Very important, because we talk about clean sources of energy, and it's very good that we are in Korea, that is probably one of the most advanced countries in the production of clean energy, energy from hydrogen. And it's also very important as a report, because it tells us where future innovations can go. And you will see, reading the report, that there are a variety of cases, both in the production of renewable energies or clean energies, but also in the storage of clean energy. So where clean energy can be stored and in a smart way used when necessary. And I think this is one of the other challenges, as well as we talk very much about producing renewable energies, but very few people are considering how to store energy when it's produced, and so that it can be reused when necessary. So I will now give the floor, but I think Stephen asked me to go first. But since I noticed, and this is a little critical point I'm raising, I've noticed that women are always on the side of this table. This is a notice. I don't want to be like
I didn't choose my place.
Members of the European Parliament, that if they see there is only one woman in a panel of 5, they leave the room. I think that's an exaggeration. But I noticed this, so I'm just reporting to my Korean friends. So if, Stephen, you allow me, I will initially and start with giving the floor to Adriana Nadowska, from
so
think tank from Poland.
That's
so
very
the
good.
Floor
Thank
is
you
yours,
so much.
and then I will go to Stephen.
Thank you so much, Pietro. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first summit, and I'm really happy to be here with you. And I will start with a very brief overview of the situation in Poland, if you give me 5 minutes, and then if I have 3 more minutes, I will give you the examples of green energy solutions and innovations that we research on in Poland. And I will start with year 2019, when the EU set the 2050 climate neutrality target. And unfortunately, my country was the only country which didn't make any impressive progress. Poland decided to rely on coal, which in 2017 provided 80% of its power, and simultaneously, of course, contributed to the air pollution, as you can imagine. And according to a study published by the World Health Organization, Poland had 36 of 50 most polluted cities in the world. Can you imagine? And 72 of Polish cities violated the EU's air quality target. So, of course, our government had to do something about this and launched a clean air program in 2018 to reduce this fraction of coal and lignite in the Polish power mix from 80 to 50. But of course, the progress was really slow, too slow, and the mindset changed with the war in Ukraine. Why? Because this Russian aggression showed the vulnerability of Europe's fuel supplies, but it also exposed to what extent the energy policies in Poland are outdated and how Poland is dependent on the Russian supplies. Poland uses 10 million tons of coal a year, which is 87% of coal used in the EU. And the 50% of it was extracted domestically. However, 40% was imported from Russia. And since Poland has banned Russian imports in April this year, the coal import, but also the natural gas import, the country is looking for alternatives. We don't have much time because winter is coming, of course, and many Poles are expected to fall into energy poverty, which means that they will not be able to pay their heating bills. And for Poland, this situation is a harsh lesson. Had the country done more to expand the use of renewables and to at least diversify its energy sources, there would be less of a sense of panic now, which we observe now in Poland. And we observe also the consequences of not creating alternatives to coal and abandoning this energy transition in Poland. And we're just telling ourselves that we should never let a good crisis go to waste. And I have this impression that in Poland nothing works better than a good crisis. So in fact, this situation perhaps can contribute to the faster energy transition in Poland. Nuclear power is a critical part of Poland's energy strategy, with a plan to build its first reactor by 2030. And when it comes to the green energy as a whole in Poland, wind installations have the highest contribution of 9%. In order to increase the development of green energies, the government also introduced the PEP 2040 plan for the fuel and energy sector, which aims for 50% zero emissions by 2040. And much needs to be done, obviously. However, some good inventions appeared in recent years, and I'm running out of time, so if we have 3 more minutes, I would like to come back to this point.
I'll be back to you,
Thank you
later. Thank you so much, particularly if the others will be as on time as you've been. Let me move on exactly on the other side, where we have our friend Hamid from Indonesia. You were not ready, but now you are. So Indonesia is a big producer of biodiesels, so that is to be or not to be considered a source of clean energy, but you are also, as you report here in the document, have interesting cases of renewable sources of energy. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Petro. Thank you very much for ITIF and also KIET and all distinguished committees of the Gtipa 2022. So in this issue, I think this is quite futuristic, but also we also need to discuss it into more realistic perspective. So Indonesian side, we also pay much attention on renewable energy, and that was also represented to our commitment. And Indonesia also has pledged to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2060. And because Indonesia is still the current holder of the G20 presidency, Indonesia also promotes the tagline of recover together and recover stronger, emphasizing 3 core priorities, namely security, energy accessibility, and then scaling up smart and clean energy technology, and also the third, advancing clean energy financing. And these topics was also a complement with fundamentally aligned with the goal of Paris Agreement, and then UNFCCC COP 21 in 2015, and also UNFCCC COP 26, which was in 2021, and also the 2021 Rome G20 Summit. So we try to promote the decarbonization and acceleration of green energy growth, and at the same time, we also try to produce several clean energy from solar heat, and then geothermal, wind, ocean waves, and bioenergy, which will gradually attract the industrialization and also produce low-emission products. And I have another concern related to this issue. To some extent, we, as part of the state, we also try to support this commitment, but at the same time, we also pay much attention on, how to say, the political will of the top political leader to support this issue. We don't want this issue, especially when Indonesian government try to promote EV, electronic vehicle, as part of our, maybe achievement, especially in the G20 summit, as Petro will go to Bali next week as part of the delegation for G20 forum. Maybe you will acknowledge how the Indonesian government will promote the EV as part of the, the facilitate of the forum. But to be honest, we have no adequate ecosystem for the EV yet. So in this case, there are 3 main major power playing in Indonesian market. They are China, and then South Korea itself, and then the last but not least, Japan. It is true, Japan may be not as strong as the other 2 countries, because Japan is still trying to produce a hybrid engine. So in this context, South Korea and also China will be the major power for the EV in Indonesian market. But to some extent, I also would like to underline that, to be honest, in this context, China is the most powerful actor in Indonesian market. We would like to say that we're very eager to do or to implement or to produce the EV, but why? Because it is true that Indonesia is one of the big producer for the nickel material. Maybe if we compile, maybe Australia, Indonesia, and then South Africa, and then Thailand, including Philippines, could be around 50% of the total nickel supply in the world. Indonesia has around 21. Australia has around 20% of the total nickel. But again, we have no adequate ecosystem for EV itself. It is true, nickel material is the fundament or the basic material for battery of the EV, but we have no adequate ecosystem yet. And in this context, we just sent the raw material to the China. So around 95.6% of the nickel material from Indonesia has been sent to China. So that's why, personally, as part of the civil society, we also have a close partner with the Indonesian government. We don't want the EV in this context just to be political gimmick for G20 forum. We need to do several things, especially in order to increase long-term nickel production for batteries, of course, and then we have to increase the local manufacturing, and the last but not least, we need to support in the infrastructure, especially for the ecosystem for the industry itself. I think I would like to stop at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad. And again, your study is in very well placed in the report. In the report, there's not just represented the 5 countries here, but there's many others. And I know there's also that San Francisco Bay Area as separated from the United States, but that's another discussion for the next GDI Congress. Like Taiwan and China, probably. There is also about Taiwan, so very much, thank you very much, Christy. Let me move to you, Stefano. Let's go back to Europe, if you can illustrate the situation in Italy, and thank you very much for contributing to the report.
Thanks, Pietro. I would like to stick to the choices that we made in the report. Not, of course, I mean, to speak too much about the technologies, also because I'm not a technologist, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a physics, but I'm, of course, I'm only an economist, so I would try to start from the technologies to speak a little bit about policies, of course. But we chose basically 3, first of all, we chose 3 innovative projects at a pre-commercial stage. And this is also, in my opinion, what I mean, a field where Italy and Europe more in general can have a say, because we know how things went with photovoltaics, for example, for instance. And when technologies become a sort of commodities and they are very standardized and so on, of course, companies, large companies that can have I mean, with several factors that enjoy, can wipe out basically European companies, as it happened more than 10 years ago. Now, I mean, started to happen, and then, of course, it continued afterwards. And then when Europe realized it, it was too late. In the meantime, tens of billions of euros went to China from Europe, from European taxpayers, or taxpayers or consumers, depends on the system, to sustain incentives to photovoltaics and other renewables. But that was what happened at the time. There was no coordination between renewable targets and industrial policies. No coordination at all in Europe, and so Europe set targets, quite ambitious targets, but then without setting industrial policy, it happened that, I mean, we funded basically Chinese companies. So I think this time should go in different way. The first example that we brought on energy storage got money, more than 50 million euros, not a huge number, but quite significant because it's a startup, basically, working especially with US, also with US partners, universities, and so on. And basically, it received these funds from a European project of industrial policy. The name, it's a important projects of common European interest. It's a sort of public-private partnership set up by European Union, for several vertical sectors, and this one is on batteries, of course. Then a second consideration is about the fact that we wanted to go besides solar and wind, and for that reason we chose also a startup working on a new nuclear fourth generation production. And actually, it was the startup that made the largest round, the Italian startup that made the largest round. It closed a 300 million funding by venture capital recently, a few months ago. And I think that we need to have a vast array of technologies. There is, in my opinion, no silver bullet in speaking of clean technologies. Even if there is always someone that says, oh yeah, hydrogen will solve every problem, or I don't know, solar will solve every problem. No, I think that we need to have a vast array of technologies without prejudices, without Dr. Strangeloves that try to support one particular technology. I don't believe that is the right direction. And we need diversification for several reasons. First of all, because we don't need how successful a technology will be, and so we have to have an ample a menu of choices. And secondly, speaking of referring to what Russia invasion of Ukraine taught us, I mean, of course, there is. It was fair. I mean, the critical point on Europe and European dependence on Russia. But of course, 20 years ago or 30 years ago, the situation was totally different. And the real problem, in my opinion, was not concluding a commercial agreement with Russia, but it was too dependent on just one actor. And we need to avoid these situations. We know that some supply chains, I mean, for just one technology can bring to the same situation, because at the end maybe there is China or there is, I mean, some other countries. So we need to diversify, and also the diversification of technologies can help in that respect.
Thank you, Stefano, also for staying in the time. Since you offered me coffee, you could have spoken much longer. But let's go to with Hubertus to Germany, because Germany, thanks, you can speak for 2 hours now. Thanks. Germany has always been seen as the best example, probably, of production of renewable energy, particularly from the wind together with the Scandinavian countries and Denmark as well. Then the energy crisis. But in your work, it's evident that there is also not just the production, but the great management about the electricity and how to manage the production and provide it to the companies and the households and so on. So if you can elaborate on that part, particularly on the smart grid and how that works in Germany.
Yeah, thank you very much. Stefano's example of solar is a perfectly one how not to do it and how not to create incentives. The situation 12 years, 10 years ago was that we spent so much and gave so much money to the solar industry, or to solar people wanted to buy solar panels. There was no incentive at all to innovate. Innovation ratio in that industry was ridiculously low, because their incentive was to produce and produce and produce as much as possible. So we made it a commodity, and the commodity is cheaper in China than in Central Europe or in Germany. The good news is it could be brought back. The machinery that was built or is being built is from the German machinery industry, so it's technically possible to bring it back, and the dependency is a different one from different to natural resources, for example. The examples here in the text are, they show that there's a lot of innovation in various fields, and it's not only energy efficiency or renewables. Examples here are from regarding the energy grid, electricity grids, and the other one is a circular economy example. The third one is an example for a policy initiative where businesses, academia or researchers and policymakers work together to find ways and support schemes to meet the big challenge. And I would like to give you a little background to that challenge, because the challenge is we just don't want to become neutral one day. We want to become neutral with the industry we have, or with a strong manufacturing sector. Maybe not exactly those companies, and definitely not exactly those production processes. But the challenge is a double one. It's decarbonization in a heavily or in a country with a very high share of manufacturing, and the reduction targets. Europe wants to become neutral by 2050. We want to be a little faster, 45, sorry. And we started with minus 41% compared to 1990. So maybe 10 percentage point of that is reunification. Remains 30 percentage points in 30 years, 1 percentage point a year. And now we want the other 60 percentage points in another 25 years. So that's a challenge we have, and it's extremely fast, and we have always been very good in not meeting a target, then setting a new, more ambitious one, and waiting for that one. And now is the date or the day that we have to deliver, and the government knows that they should deliver. Just a few charts how that could look like, and you will, in the next charts, you always see the 2020 data point on the left-hand side, then 4 estimations for 2030, and then 4 estimations for 2045. The different institutions have tried to describe how we could reach these targets. And one of the main pillars and with big or huge political commitment is to phase out of nuclear by the end of this year. Well, now it's mid next year, maybe it's one more year, but definitely before 2030, and also to phase out of coal quickly, especially in the 30s. And the other, so what should we do if we reduce that? Oh no, sorry. If we go out of the things we have, we want to be quicker in renewables, especially wind and solar. The main problem we face now is that in between, we rely in all those concepts on natural gas. Natural gas consumption is not supposed to shrink until the mid-2030s. So another 10, 15 years, which makes us vulnerable on the one hand side and makes it different on the other hand side to give a clear commitment to someone else to build infrastructure or something like that. And that's our big conceptual question. No one has really asked it, and neither find an answer to that, but that's something we have to discuss if these targets remain realistic. And now, and the long-term problem then is the prices, and we've talked a bit about it earlier today. The dark line, that's the natural gas price in Europe, and the others are US and Japan, and you see that, and that's a monthly average, so that's not some weekly prices or daily prices, monthly averages, and you see that's a real game changer. And even if we go back to a level 2 or 3 times as high as before, that makes a difference. That's one difference. In the future, the second difference is that we rely on hydrogen a lot, and also on imports. So that's there's a bit or a huge part of hydrogen production. All those scenarios produced in Germany, but a much higher part should be imported. So the idea is not to have energy autarky or something like that. Again, we need to get those resources wherever they can produce best. But that has a consequence for industry and industrial policy. In the past, and that's my last slide, so don't become nervous. In the past, industrial production has always settled close to where there's cheap and reliable energy. And in the future, if carbon neutrality comes into play, it will set it close to cheap, reliable, and green energy sources. But is that at least energy-intensive, more energy-intensive industry? That's probably not us. That's probably Scandinavia. That's probably Southern Europe. That can be Northern Africa. That can be the Persian Gulf. And therefore, so these national advantages have to be weighted against transportation costs. They are. And that means that these value chains or supply chains will be reorganized. And some parts of the basic production will take place closer to the energy sources. Producing hydrogen, that's a chemical production, and you can easily make ammonia out of that. It's a completely different story than drilling a hole in the ground and taking the oil and shipping it somewhere in the world. So that's also something not really discussed yet, but that has consequences for our value chains. And the main energy economic question is, will that renewable energy system be cheap enough, quickly enough? And coming back to this paper that's discussed, that cannot be decided on at a desk in a ministry or in a research institute or whatever. It's extremely important to bring all players together to think about what's necessary, what kind of infrastructure do we need. That's vertical industrial policy, but I don't believe that that transformation process can be successful without.
Thank you, Bertus, Stephen. I'm coming to you. If you can illustrate the United States case, and the floor is yours.
Well, what I really want to say, and why I put myself on this panel, is that...
On your own. You were not invited.
Yes, exactly. You know, we've written a lot of reports, as I said at the beginning, as part of the Alliance, the first being that excellent comparison of national innovation policies. But this is actually my favorite Gtipa report, because it's just absolutely fascinating. I mean, applications of using solar and AI to develop conscientious beer in Colombia, boron fusion reactors in Australia, hydrogen, green hydrogen demonstration projects in Chile. My point is that it really illustrates the power of the Alliance to bring insights and knowledge together on a global basis. And I know when we have our internal meeting tomorrow, we're going to have the opportunity to think about the kind of report we want to write next year. And I hope we use this as a guide and say, what topic can we tackle next year that has the potential to bring in, you know, the incredibly, you know, diverse, you know, range of cultures, histories, technologies, peoples, you know, to bear, because that's really the power of the Alliance. I also want to say about this report that hopefully will give us a pathway in March to have conversations directly with the World Trade Organization about how we can evolve WTO rules to stimulate a cleaner, greener, more renewable global economy. I also want to note that there are a number of important examples in this report that highlight the importance of digital technologies to transforming everyday production processes and encouraging greater adoption of clean energy. A lot of great stuff in there on AI, IoT, and blockchain for you know, smart reading technologies, connecting buyers and sellers of clean energy in digital markets across the world. So I think that's important to note. Also want to note that at ITIF, we have now a group called the Center for Clean Energy Innovation. This is the house for our work, which is quite extensive now at ITIF on clean energy issues. And a critical point to make about that, as this report further highlights, is that, you know, the only way we're going to address these climate challenges is through innovation. Right, so research and development and innovation. As I understand, to reach net zero, experts estimate that an additional $90 billion in public R&D and deployment funding will be needed globally through 2030. Although investment in R&D alone is not enough. To really meet the full challenge of climate change, the International Energy Association estimates a total need of $4.4 trillion in clean energy investment and infrastructure development to meet these goals. So you know, this is the point. We only get here through innovation, and the point of this alliance is to bring innovation bear on these global challenges. So I want to just thank my alliance partners. In particular, I want to shout out to our Brazilian, our Polish, and Macedonian friends who we've just gotten on recently, but they're so committed to this that they produced their submissions in a matter of weeks. And thank you to them and to all the members for this great part of it.
Thank you, Stephen, for highlighting the importance of the alliance and the work that is done here. we are almost at the end, so I know you want to go, but I will keep you here just for very briefly a few questions to each of you. One question to each of you in really 1 minute 30 seconds, if you can. I will start with Adriana and Poland, because the question here is how much time before becoming neutral, and do you think you'll be able actually to become neutral?
I think, I mean, we talk about the climate change as if we had a choice, but I think that if we really want to avoid this catastrophic climate change, we have to become neutral by 2050, according to research. Poland really has no choice now when it comes to renewable energies for the reasons that I explained previously. We were dependent on the Russian supplies, and now we are looking for the alternatives. But also, our mines, our coal mines, only give us 20% of the energy demands. So we really have to change the strategy, and we are running out of time. Also, the health of the population is at stake, because in Poland we have 45,000 people who died prematurely because of the air pollution. So for all these reasons, I don't know if I still have time, for all these reasons, we need to do this as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adriana, for being here with us. Let me go to Indonesia quickly, because you mentioned something important, is the investment in an electric vehicle. But how would you produce so much electricity, considering the number of population? And likewise, is this affecting the industry of biodiesel? Because you are a big producer and user of biodiesel, that means a lot of jobs as well. So isn't there a conflict between the two, or you see that they can work together?
Yeah, to be honest, there is significant conflict in terms of that interest. I mean, talking about renewable energy, that's quite prospective enough, but at the same time, we have to deal with traditional industries. And in terms of the production, today, if based on one of the case study, we talk about EV, for example, it is true as part of our government priority, but at the same time, to be honest, around only 15,000 EV, and mostly all bikes were sold in Indonesia, but that only representing less than 0.2% of the annual vehicle sales, which means it is very, very small at this time. So we already tried to be more optimistic, and in order to achieve attempt to reduce the carbon, by 2050 or 2060. But this is quite difficult enough because to some extent that we also need assistance and also investment from foreign investors. But at the same time, I noticed that there is nationalistic narratives within the Indonesian political dynamics, which try to, what we mentioned about the local content requirement. And that's new, there are some new regulation, and the newest regulation, that was a presidential regulation, which was just issued last September, which obliged, especially for solar industry and investors, to achieve around 40% for solar photovoltaic or PV modules that should be consisted of the local content requirements. That's good for Indonesian political gimmick, quote by quote, but at the same time, there are so many industries, especially coming from the foreign investors, that complained so much because of this regulation. To some extent, that's quite difficult to achieve it. That's quite expensive, and the local market is not ready enough to provide the 40% of the local content requirement. So that's why to some extent, I would like to say that this is maybe part of the rush, and the rush into the green energy transition could be the perfect climate for corruption.
Yeah.
So,
thank you so much for the statement. Thank you.
And yeah, that's a big point, the big issue, because that's also closely related to the Indonesian governance. We have to deal with many elements, not only in a government level, but also in non-government level to deal with this. Otherwise, I think this project, this industry will be overshadowed by the big corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed, and for being here. And there are 250 people voting in Indonesia, so that's also a driver of some choices. Talking about new policies, Stefano, there is a new government in Italy, and one of the topic is, and you mentioned, is the production of nuclear energy. You talk about fourth generation. Is that a possibility? Is it going to take too much time? Is it too risky, or you see that there are some opportunity in there?
First of all, as you know, I mean, the new name of the minister in charge of is energy security, environment and energy security, and this is already a position, I mean, consistent with this idea of sovereignty.
Before it was ecological transition, now it's energy security.
Yeah. Quite,
changed very quick.
Yeah. I mean, by year, I mean, we change quite a lot. Now, in my opinion, there could be some openings for nuclear, even if I have to say, I don't think that the current nuclear generation has real chances in Italy. Too many problems. There have been 2 referendums in different times, and 1987 after the Chernobyl incident, and more recently in 2010 after the Fukushima incident, and both stopped. I mean, nuclear. At the time, of course, in 1987 we had nuclear plants. Afterwards, in 2010, we had a program of the at that time center-right government to come back with nuclear. I don't think that even if we are at the early stage of a new legislator with a new government, that in theory, because in Italy it never happens, can last at least 5 years. But I see some space for more research and development in nuclear. I see some space for, I mean, focusing on new nuclear generation, the so-called fourth generation, like, I mean, the project that we spoke, we wrote about here, but I don't see, I mean, with this current generation of nuclear, for several reasons, there is a problem of acceptability that is huge. Not only in Italy, but in Italy
Europe, yes.
It has been huge. And there are other problems, like with the choice of other countries to leave nuclear show, with waste especially. There are cost construction that, and costs and timing of construction, as we saw in Finland, recently in Finland, and also in France. So I don't think chances are there for this generation of nuclear, but
there could
for
be
next generation, hopefully, yes.
Thank you, Stefano. I'm sorry if I'm rushing, but I see some eyes on me. So, Hubertus and Stephen, you have to be as fast as possible. On you, Hubertus, I start where you concluded. You talk about energy autarky. That's not the way. But depending on other country that requires some resilience, is that something feasible?
Yeah, the challenge is to be not dependent on a single country or a single region. And it's like in electricity, it's N+1. You always have one line more than you need. If one line fails, you can still have a stable grid. And the same must be true regarding energy resources, and that was not true in the case of Russia and natural gas.
Thank you, Bertus, particularly for your very quick remark. Stephen, I'm coming with one last question because actually it's a personal question, so it might not interest our audience that's been resisting till now. But there was recently a plan from the U.S. government of pouring a lot of money, billions we're talking, into a green plan. Somebody said, though, in the green liberal community, that's not enough. What is your take on that? Is that enough and is driving the innovation you were mentioning before, or is too little yet?
Well, you know, I think in this whole domain, we have to think about four things, right? We have to think about the R&D, we have to think about the demonstration of technologies, the deployment of technologies, and the infrastructure we need to get there. And certainly the amount of money the U.S. has put into clean energy investments with recent legislation in the CHIPS and Science Act and our Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act and our Inflation Reduction Act are massive. I mean, $369 billion over 10 years for deployment. $22 billion for clean energy demonstration. Between all these programs, about $41 billion in R&D. So, you know, I think, as one of my colleagues, you know, put it well, when you think about how this fits together, it's not just the sheer volume of the spending, but it's the strategic application of these investments that can be transformative. In the sense, the CHIPS and Science Act is the brains of the operation, dedicating billions toward the cutting-edge research and R&D needed to accelerate innovation in emerging clean energy technologies. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is the backbone, providing much of the infrastructure these technologies will need to scale. And finally, the IRA is the engine driving investment growth. So I guess my answer to the question then is it's not necessarily about how much money is invested, it's about how effectively that money is invested. And hopefully with these sets of policies we've put together that we've got the right mindset for how we R&D, we conceptualize, innovate, and then deploy them across our economy.
Thanks, Stephen. Just for a small smile, you know, I have some solar panels back home, and I'm very obsessed how much they produce every day. So, you know, I keep checking how much they're producing, if they're charging my battery. But as you mentioned earlier, one piece that is still missing is then the so-called smart home. So we talk about the smart grid, but then it's the smart home, is how then the electricity is better managed inside the home. And there are some systems out there, but they are very expensive. And this is still missing, even in the policy making, is how we produce energy, little bit about how we store energy, but then is how effectively we can use energy inside our homes and inside our factory, because there is, like for food, there is a lot of waste, and it can be better used. So I want to thank all of you for being here in this panel, and particularly for all of us for putting together this report. And please share this as much as possible with your policymakers and with other think tanks, because it's very well done. Oh, sorry, Sean, sorry.
Let's take one question and wrap.
Okay, no, I saw that we had to quit, but thank you.
This will be quick. So this is more a comment than a question, but it goes to what I think Hubertus was talking about, that we need to be really thoughtful about how we manage this transition from now to, say, 2050 or whatever the time period is going to be. So if you go to, the Biden administration's rhetoric, until quite recently, you know, the fossil energy producers of any kind of the bad guys, we don't want to encourage them. Then the markets change, and you find Biden going hand in hand with the Saudis, not very effectively, trying to get them to increase production, dipping into the strategic petroleum reserve. And in California, our gasoline standards are uniquely formulated for California, which means we can import it from other states. But our prices are really, really high. Why are they higher? One of them is that I think the companies that are doing the production and refining aren't seeing the incentive to continually invest in the upgrading and maintenance of their facilities. So there's more downtime because they've been told you're not going to have a market here anymore. And we're in the process of decommissioning our last nuclear plant in California. And then suddenly our governor is saying, oh, maybe we should pause that. Maybe we should extend the license for that plant. So I guess the thought is that if most people are agreed, we have these pretty ambitious goals, 2050, neutrality, that we need to really be careful how we manage how to get there. A lot of companies are making the transition themselves. Automotive companies are getting out ahead of this. We're even seeing energy companies like Chevron kind of putting more money into other energy sources. But there's a lot of risk between now and then, that if we don't find ways to assure continued investment to the degree it's necessary in traditional energy sources, we may get ourselves caught up, as we are now, in lack of availability and lack of security. So I think we need to think about availability and security and how we assure that in the transition as we get to our more ambitious renewable energy goals.
Thank you, Sean. There was a comment on the transition. Obviously, if you want to reply, you don't reply to a comment, but you can dialogue to a comment. I'm not sure, guys, if you have anything to add.
I mean, Sean is absolutely right, and one of the issues we face now in these times of crisis is that the political signals and the political preconditions for energy-intensive companies to invest in transition are not as strong as they should be, and they're not as stable as there has to be. We're talking about a period of time of 20 years, more than 20 years. We want companies to invest. We want steel companies to invest in hydrogen-based production. There's no market for that for, well, a decade maybe. So they need the political preconditions to do that, and that's not existing. Therefore, it's so important to get an idea of how to do it, and that's exactly the danger in that process, that suddenly you believe you know how to do it, but there are many questions open on how to do it, and how to bring that together, that kind of stability, and the fact that we don't really know it yet because no one has done it before. It's more than an intellectual problem.
Yeah, thank you. And if I can add, and then we close this, there's very much ideology behind this, particularly if you look at Europe. There's very little, as you mentioned, science-based evidences. Most of the decisions at the European level were taken ideologically by the Commission, by a group of members of parliaments, following an utopia, following also the pressure of the climate change. But obviously, it's a transition, so it has to take time. It has to fail, and by making mistakes, we can improve. But if I look at the European context, this is becoming a reality today. That is a transition, but still, many policymakers are not seeing it, and they keep saying we got to move in that direction without realizing that we're not sure it's the right direction. But again, we can only use this report to inform them and try to do our work. Thank you. So I guess we have to leave now for detail.
네, 감사합니다. 저희가 시간 관계상 질문 여기까지만 받도록 하겠습니다. 그린 전환을 위한 협력 과제와 강화 방안에 대해서 세 번째 세션에 대해서 다뤄봤습니다. 수고해 주신 분들께 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 세 번째 세션까지 모두 마쳤습니다. 그래서 이것으로 세미나를 마치려고 하는데요. 긴 시간 수고해 주셔서 다시 한번 감사드린다는 말씀 전해드립니다. 좋은 발표를 해주신 우리 패널분들과 세미나를 이끌어주신 송경진 혁신경제포럼 상임이사님, 그리고 스테판 이젤 정보기술혁신재단 부회장님, 그리고 피에트로 파가니니 콤페트레 대표이사님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네, 다시 한번 긴 시간 너무 수고 많으셨습니다. 이것으로 산업연구원, Gtipa, 경제인문사회연구회가 공동으로 주최하는 2022 Gtipa 서울 서밋을 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 참석해 주신 여러분께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리고요. 안전하게 귀가하시길 바라겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 고맙습니다.